We're like 30 hours into this playthrough. We did finally manage to conceptualize this wall, and I think that that's great for me. All I had to do was smoke some cigarettes in order to do it. I felt bad that I left my stream last night on a joke about how smoking makes you cool. Hey, smoking doesn't make you cool. I'm just saying. Just felt the need to... I felt the need to put that out into the universe.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
I love your mural.
What for? Well, if it's for art, but what kind of art are we talking about?
Art deluxe. The artsiest. The most groundbreaking. The...
Then you have time to find your own fucking brush.
Hey, come on. Hey.
There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck in life and in everything.
Hey, don't be uncool, please. Please stop being uncool.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
I don't want to fail this, but I feel like I'm going to fail it.
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait. No, it's great.
No, it's not.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo. Stop quivering like Jello. Then you won't get fucked.
But that would mean he doesn't say every pathetic thing that pops in his head.
You're a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then. Art it up. Just try not to hurt yourself. And no self-portraits.
I am Smartball. I'm going to be doing practice tomorrow to get ready for it. I'm going to do my best to learn some new tech to make it super cool. And then all day on Saturday. Hey everyone, did you know all day on Saturday, me and Smartball are going to be doing an all shrines race of Breath of the Wild, presumably?
Sure, anytime. Us shit artists have to help one another. Besides, I was out of fuel oil anyway.
The right idea is not coming to her. It's excruciating. You know what you've got in that fuel canister you scavenged from your Kanema? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil. Paint and a brush. You're ready to do this.
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit.
I don't know. I'll let you know, Smartball. My plan is probably to try to get up, by 10, and maybe we can start shortly after that.
I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
I have an opinion on this. Want to hear it? If she were smart, the answer would be no. I'm conflicted because I'm cool with her bullying cops, but in this case, I'm the cop being bullied, and so it feels bad.
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home, and Mona was here.
Yeah, I wrote Mona was here one time, but it didn't make any sense, because I don't know anyone named Mona. But I felt confident in my heart that at some point, a Mona had been there.
We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cads. And my name's not Mona, so...
Yeah, that does make it tough.
She wants it to be something true and total.
Yeah?
She should have said no.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
Actually, it's important that I mention that you do not have the official RCM stamp of approval. You have the approval of one fuck-up cop. I don't think the RCM recognizes my authority on this matter.
She means
the volume looks fine on my mixer, at least, but...
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
So I should have told... Hold on.
Can't you tell? I haven't...
Hold on, I can take another pass at this. I'm gonna have to stop you.
What are you gonna do? Throw me off the balcony? I'm unstoppable.
I don't condone the idea of using physical force on her. She's a girl.
Okay, physical instrument, we need to talk later about the way you said that. I have a few questions.
The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
I love you, Kuno. See, now, of all of these, the one that's I love you, Kuno feels like it has the most potential. Yo! Wow. I was hoping to get rated by a Gildersneeze, but I didn't expect to get rated by the great Gildersneeze. The best of all Gildersneezes. Hey Gilder, what should I paint on this wall? Keep in mind it needs to be hilarious. What would I paint on this wall if I were being hilarious? What's the funniest thing you could paint on a wall? How do you say wall in French? What's the word for wall in French? Ceci n'est pas un mur? See other side for details. It should let me paint a picture of Kim. Kilroy Osier is not on the list either. That is like a cultural reference that I feel like they would avoid just because of the fact that it doesn't make sense in a non-Earth world. But I wish Kilroy was on the list. I feel like on this list, the only one that is going to lead to something interesting happening is painting I Love You, Kuno. And that's the thing, is that I want more funny things to happen. And this is the only one that feels like it's going to get me there. You know what I mean? What funny happens from the rest of these? Like, is there a scene later where I pull Kim over here and I say, check out, I painted no parking on the wall. It should allow me to paint hardcore on the wall. It should. That was a missed opportunity on their part. Alright, I'm gonna paint I Love You, Kuno. I feel like that's the right answer. I agree Kuno deserves... Well, okay, I'm sorry. Carrie spent a lot of the last session saying maybe I should lay off of him, and the whole time I was like, fuck no. And then by the end of it, I was like, no, I think Carrie might be right here.
For a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint. adding another layer of detritus to the city.
Yeah, he's a total jackass, but like, I pity him. You know who's really gonna love this? I wonder if Kuno's still out. Yeah, his handwriting is impeccable. You don't realize how difficult it is to have good handwriting on a vertical surface. Like, let me just tell you, as a teacher, you really take it for granted. It seems like it shouldn't be that difficult to transfer those skills, and it totally is. So I respect that.
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet graffito action, pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit.
Yeah? You like art?
Fuck no, art shit.
Got it. Art's shit.
That's right, pig. Shit.
I was kind of hoping it would allow me to address the content of the message, not the medium.
Kuno doesn't fuck.
Okay, but later we should talk about that. Once you get a chance to read it. Do you need me to read it? I'm sorry. I do worry that I might need to read the message to him, though. Okay, there's two other things I wanted to do without Kim around. One of them was I want to go, just see what my odds are of being able to do the flirt action on the girl in the fishing village. And then I probably should talk to Joyce. She has seemed to have some different dialogue when Kim's not around.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Don't I still have something in the log for talking to her? I feel like I must have missed something here in order to get past this. And I'm pretty sure I know where the armor is. I'm pretty sure the crypto-fascist was wearing it. But I probably would have benefited from having this figured out, and that would have probably gotten me some bonus points on the check. It could be deeper in the dialogue tree, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's the one that I... Keep asking her questions about reality. Joyce, you're gonna love my questions.
Good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day.
Now
Go
that we're
ahead,
alone,
ask me anything.
what is the Pale?
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleagues seem
Yes.
okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass. Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other.
It is an extremely cool idea.
In the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
I think the Pale is the closest thing that has dragged me into the lore of this world. I think that sometimes it's very tiring to have these, like, Earth analog worlds in games, and having one that is trying to do something actually different and interesting. It's really nice. And the Pale is a fascinating concept.
The negation of being.
That's right. The negation of being.
The negation being?
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective. Is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale? You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then... I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
Some of that assurance is meant for herself.
I've done all this dialogue already.
I will assist you in any way I can, even if we... These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. For the big time.
Ooh, big time.
The revolution.
Oh.
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Just say it's a bunch of apes duking it out, and the whole game comes full circle.
Why, of course. We're talking Duke Out Central. Full swing intraspecies warfare.
And these apes, were they fungible?
No. I would say the apes were neutral.
They're good apes, actually.
On the other hand, maybe you're right.
No. The tiny apes are doing all they can to be better. It's not their fault.
I don't think it's necessarily true to say it's not the ape's fault, okay?
It takes time for the apes to change and work. Perhaps what happened here was part of that time and part of that work.
Look, if they wanted to get better, they shouldn't have drank the slurp juice. Now the minting process is all fucked up.
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
She likes the totality of it.
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people. Don't worry. Klas Mazov shot 15 million people in the head. But that was all the way over in Grad.
Anyone else gets shot in the head?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew.
Goddamn nepotism.
The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Okay, so if I say smart king, that obviously doesn't align with my, you know, communist ideology. But I do think that the smart answer for any ruler is to not rule. You know what happens to people who rule? They get shot in the head.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say smart king. It's because he became a venture capitalist. The leaving part was the smart part, though. Honestly, being anything other than a king sounds like a trade up. I mean, let's be honest.
Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time. They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know? Nothing more, nor... Yes, that means not de jure. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are to me is the police, the only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the what I am not is a basic term of reality.
There may be a way to get her speaking about herself at some later juncture.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
I helped him turn up the heat on the board.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it? Why, if I may ask, why make them more drunk? Aren't they corked enough already?
An act born of sympathy for the working man. I worship Al Ghul in many ways. Same. The year 2000 was a wild time.
Very curious. A very curious thing to do. What else? Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did he have you deliver it? Ah, yes. I've been meaning to go there.
Mr. Everart's helping me find my borscht.
With longing. Clear and simple longing. Strange. Why does she want to go there?
I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He was an older man with impossibly broad shoulders. He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it matters. These buildings are all carbon copies of one another.
A brief dalliance.
Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. My paramour certainly did not. Not overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats. Like reavers. We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast since the Coalition landed in '08. Imagine.
Oh no, she's sentimental, all right.
I'm over-radiated, Harry. I do silly things sometimes, out of pale-related illness. Like take this job. The moral of the story is...
So it was a factor in her coming to Martinez in the first place. Interesting.
Do not spend 22 days a year in Pale Transit. Don't waste your 20s slumming it with your stupid friends. And don't deliver Everard Clare's mail.
You got it.
Are you satisfied, Detective? What else can you tell me about your mail delivery quest for Everard? Do you think it will improve the place?
He's helping me find my gun.
She's pointing it quite hard in there. Feels like a knife.
A youth centre with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it.
Does any character actually like Everard? I mean, a lot of them are positive about him. Most of the strikers seem to be quite fond of him. Like, recognizing that he's corrupt, but, like, they know that he's corrupt for them. I think many of the characters I've interacted with don't seem to just tolerate him. They seem to like him.
Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him. Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective. I've always wanted a dilapidating fishing village.
She is more defensive about it than usual.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information?
Mr. Everett's helping me find my gun.
Oh. That's so helpful of him. So very, very helpful. And how is that going? Do you have any leads on that gun?
Any day now.
Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, was there anything else you've heard?
Perhaps he is.
Mr. Everett's helping me find my gun.
Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. What would you like to know? The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Okay. How about Cordelati 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long.
I can't help but notice you're being kind of a jerk about this conversation, ma'am.
She makes a point of being unromantic about it.
How about Dolores?
Why Dolores?
Feels pretty.
Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you for the suggestion. Okay, because...
She makes a point.
You are going to pick one of my names.
What? I think I'll stick with the factory name.
No, you
Okay,
won't. Not on my
because
watch.
She makes a point.
The X something.
The
X what?
Executor.
Oh, I do like the sound of that. It sounds so decisive. So,
Named by a teenager.
powerful.
That's what I said.
She's not actually considering it. It's sarcasm.
You don't know what you're talking about, Rhetoric. I can tell. I'm a very good judge of character, and she actually likes the name.
Okay, because it was
She makes a...
the X something. Thank you for the suggestion. I see the word has emotional resonance for you. For me, sadly, none. So I will stick with the factory name. It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
You got it. You got it, Baron.
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
The eel's hips?
Good. Oh. Oh. That's so very, very helpful. And how is that going? Do you have any leads on that gun? Yes. As you said. Your gun, yes. Do you want to talk about something else now?
He seems to be in some sort of loop.
Oh, right. Kim interrupted me on this last time.
Well, that's not good. Looks fine over here. You sure it's not some sort of glandular problem?
What is happening?
No, it's not that. It's... I have no idea. This is bad. Executive function is completely shot. I keep pushing buttons and nothing is happening. Of all the things to be stuck in, this has got to be one of the most witless.
Mr. Ervart is helping me find my gun.
Sweetheart, please stop repeating that now.
This is going to be hard to recover from.
If I die from this conversation, I won't even be mad. I promise not to be mad.
Please.
How do we get out of here? Yeah, we need to pull the plug. There's nothing else to do. Are you not afraid it'll kill him? What if he forgets everything again? Okay, I'm gonna do it. Hold on.
Harry, are you all right?
Judging from your tone of voice, probably not.
No, not at all, I'm afraid. You seem to be caught in some sort of loop. Never mind the details. We've wasted enough time as it is. What matters is that you seem to have got out of it.
The loop lasted long enough for me to have 2 significant breakthroughs.
Now, please ask me something else before it happens again. Something that, preferably, doesn't include the words Mr. Oh. So very, very helpful. Well, maybe he's... Of course, Detective.
It was worth clicking again.
You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can I do for you? What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole.
Thank you, Baron. Thank you.
It's a
That was
giant
fantastic.
undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines, and that is the...
Sorry, I'm only skipping through this because I've already done a lot of these, so I'm just trying to see if there's like any new paths in here.
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you, yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary, but they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? We built this district.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ma'am, we are having a lovely conversation. It does seem like we're starting to encroach on ideological differences.
There it is. She owns up to it.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, the plazas Meteor and Mosaic, even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP. Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees.
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
I'm a little uncertain about like where to go with this. Fine, I'll have a breakthrough.
The Mama Dakwa.
Caw-caw!
It's not only your eardrums that register sound anymore. Your very skin has become an organ of hearing. Looking for a whisper light and low. A god who's very, very silent. Nothing escapes you. A cockroach in the other room. A candy wrapper falling on dry grass. A drunk falling from a chair in a bar 20 meters away. In fact, you haven't heard the Col du Mama Dakwa, but you have discovered that you have amazing hearing. It must be the only part of you the alcohol hasn't drowned out. Keep listening.
This is just going to be a fucking +1 to perception. I did this because I wanted to find a cryptid. No!
Anna Van Eyck. Okay, so Egghead is clearly not Van Eyck in disguise. Van Eyck is an Oranese disc jockey but those people get around, especially in Revershaw, in the clubs on Boogie Street. Perhaps he stayed here for a short stint and discarded part of the song he was working on. Just threw it away. And then it ended up in the thorn tree. But why? Did he think it was retrograde? It wasn't. Perhaps he caught a glimpse of the future and did not want for it to arrive just yet. Perhaps the city whispered the top line to him, and he was frightened by it.
Reveals Arno Van Eyck gig posters in the world. I mean, I can just plug another one into Encyclopedia now that I've been robbed of my encyclopedic prowess. I'm sorry. Y'all think I'm being silly, but Encyclopedia has been printing money out here. And I'm not allowed to let even a single encyclopedic insight slip past me. Perception is 8 now. That's wild. 9 is probably still enough to hit almost every check that comes my way, but like, there's still a part of me that thinks it's a weird trade-off, because it's like, if I put a point into Encyclopedia, I might get more points that I'll probably just put into Encyclopedia because it'll get me more points. Yeah, but I'm not interested in those, right, Hypercam? Because, like, most of them are not... most of Encyclopedia is not white or red checks. It's... I want lines of dialogue. So I need to be passing the challenging, the difficult checks in dialogue in order to get those, so I can get the money and the points from them. Alright, what's the next funniest thing for me to put a point into? I'm tired of Physique. Every time Physique talks, I roll my eyes. What new thing can I do? I don't think the inline checks are rolls. I think it's just a number you have to match. Oh, do I still need to... Oh god, I've got to unlock the fucking... logic check again, right? Motorics ones are pretty interesting. My interfacing is too low to do a lot of good stuff. Let me check to see what lock checks I'm interested in unlocking. This is one of them. I'm starting to think that the church logic check is actually rigged. I don't think this is a valid one anymore. I think I tried to steal it, failed, and then just bought it. So I don't think this one exists anymore. No, I wanted to go back and see the crypto-fascist so I could put my fist through his teeth, but then I discovered I was a pacifist, and what I mean by that is he left. I would like to see if I can do the stuff with the expression. I'm tempted to put a point into electrochemistry just to unlock that check for stop doing the expression. There's a Joyce check for volition? I don't remember Joyce having a volition check. I will never pass a volition check. My morale is always too low for that. I literally was just talking to her and I didn't see a volition check anywhere in there that was locked. Maybe it's a dialogue tree that I don't have access to anymore. This is such a confusing UI. Like, I really feel like I'm grateful it exists. It's better than not having anything, but it is a little bit confusing. Oh, composure would allow me to talk to the beautiful man. The smoker on the balcony's voice gives me butterflies, and when he says gendarme, I melt a little bit. Is that weird?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
That makes sense, Pep Boy. He is very good at
More
sports.
lessons in basic reality? My
Let's see.
favorite part of the
There's
day.
gotta be something
Go
in
ahead.
here.
Ask me anything.
What is
bird?
this?
Sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Hey, anonymous gifter. I cannot agree with your message, though. I'm very sorry, but thank you for the money. I do appreciate it genuinely. I think they got a great voice cast, too. People were talking about some of the changes to the voice actors, but I don't really care to, like, go in and listen to the other voice actors, but, like, Kuno's just about the perfect voice actor I can imagine. I want to punch him right in the nose, which I think is exactly what they were going for.
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Of course. A bird? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea.
I think Kim's voice actor is obvious, in my opinion, is the one that probably deserves the most accolades, because I think Kim is a little bit of a curious character because his dialogue, by nature of his character, tells you so little about him that it would be very easy for, as a character, for him to fall flat, just like a guy who's in the corner and admonishing you for stuff. But his voice actor really, like, betrays a lot of emotion behind the stoicism that I think makes his character what it is. Like, if he weren't voiced, I'm not sure that I would see why people would like Kim all that much. He's just constantly a wet blanket. He's always telling you that you're a fuck up or a disappointment. And when he's not saying those things, he's thinking them loudly enough that the game tells it to you. So, like,
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah. Or two. A pre-revolution. This one used mostly the splat splat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
well, I think by this point in the game, he's definitely, like, come around a little bit, but at the beginning, he was just, like, constantly exasperated by you. I don't know. Anyway, what I'm saying is I think the voice actor makes the character. Genuinely. I think the voice actor is, for me, a necessary element in my understanding of people's appreciation of Kim.
Wonderful.
My notebook says that I'm supposed to talk to her more about reality.
What world?
The camera of her mind glides over.
Great body.
Sorry,
there is
just
a term
bear with me for a
Elysium.
moment. I'm kind of just gonna explore some of these dialogue trees. I don't want to listen to every bit of dialogue here again.
There are those who would... A term of hatred that originates like many such... I am, after all, bourgeois and female. Hardly the perfect ambassador for the world. The girl in the old lady rags.
I mean, I feel like I'm having to defend my position on my understanding of a character who is nuanced and not forthcoming at all times, so it is up to interpretation. But I'm not saying that he didn't have hope. I'm saying that, and it probably is colored pretty heavily by the fact that I went directly into Sorry Cop from the beginning. So I was a tornado of disaster.
Yes. There's something very satisfying about discussing the fundamental facts of reality. Go ahead.
But I think that if I think of a lot of his dialogue, a lot of it is stuff that just feels like it's a lot of dialogue that's supposed to make you desire to be better because he's slightly disappointed in your foibles. I'll use that word. And I don't know that it would deliver as well the emotional component of it without voicing. That's all I'm saying.
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed. Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Martinez is a district of Revachol. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean. Yes, we're on an island in an ocean. The world's largest body of water. The Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the Blue Immensities.
I spent a lot of last session dunking on French, but I gotta say, it really doesn't matter what words you hear in French, they all sound pretty. What's with that? Why did they just make every word sound pretty?
Vast, lukewarm, and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Not every word in every Romance language sounds pretty. I don't know how to break that to you. I can think of lots of Italian and Spanish words that are not very pretty.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders.
A brief spike of longing in her upright body. The dots under
I was also
eyelid
told
shape.
that there was going to be a dialogue, you know, the game indicated to me there's a dialogue tree in here where I can get her to talk about herself, and I just feel like she's not being forthcoming. I'm wondering, like, if there's some sort of checkbox somewhere
As I told you, Martinez used to be a province.
where
It
more
was
of this
his
opens
resort
up.
before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its part. Now the reeds are the real star of the show here. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
Portuguese is such a fascinating language to me. You know, like, I'm sorry to you for saying it this way. I hope it doesn't come across as too reductionary, but I mean, Portuguese to the uninformed definitely comes across as if like both Spanish and French stuck one leg into a pair of pants and are now trying to figure out how to walk. But like, I mean that as a compliment, and there's no way to metaphor my way into a compliment there.
Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. The boys certainly did not. Caillou.
Caillou?
Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble
Caillou,
amidst a great blue sea. Misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch. The Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her, and to humanity at large.
I would be happy to. Glad to have been of assistance.
Okay, I'm tired of talking to you because I swear to God you are withholding whatever dialogue tree I actually am interested in. Okay, I was looking for something I wanted to unlock. I'm just gonna unlock logic. I don't give a shit anymore. I'm gonna end up overthinking something that does not require overthinking. I think that's one of the reasons why this playthrough has been a little bit slow, is because I agonize over every little decision, despite the fact that there are no wrong choices in this game, except for becoming a fascist. Trans Nation. Ike Nation. Hell yeah. Damn, that's heavy. Wow, that's the heaviest world observation I've seen in this game. That I've seen a lot of observations in this game, and that was by far the heaviest. Remember the and the rest is scratched out, lost to time.
She in trouble? It's that bad. Man, what should I do? What should I do to help her?
It's a multi-tool, Teddy. You wouldn't understand. It's so good at so many things. Just look at it. It's like the Swiss Army knives of objects that are far too large to hold.
Damn. I always wonder to watch yourself. Man, nothing to do now, I guess. Maybe I should just keep my head down and work on my rhymes while I can. Oh, you know, Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft.
Sometimes I wish this game... I mean, this game is so... whatever. This,
The correct
I'm just about to say
nonsense.
nonsense. I wish, like, for words like this, I could mouse over it and it would tell me what that translates to. I'm just kind of... I want to understand the words that are being presented to me. You can learn a second language in the US. It's often not taken particularly seriously. I mean, I'm gonna call it like I see it. Everywhere else in the world that desires people to learn more than one language start it from kindergarten, or, you know, relatively early. In the US, you're lucky if your first foreign language class is 10th grade, like, you're already 15, 16.
Tommy Lam was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
Yeah, it's not. That's not a rock star name. I'm sorry.
It's more him.
I took it in high school, and then I continued taking it in college, and then my ex-wife was a teacher in Spanish, so I mean, I got pretty good with it, but now I haven't used it in like 10 years, so who knows whether or not I'm even capable anymore of...
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm. Wait, there's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like...
A mirror's temperature is always 0. It is ice in the veins. Its camera is an X-ray.
Whoa. What else?
What the fuck are you doing?
Silent communion. That's good.
In high school, we had the option to take Latin too, which... I am of two incredibly polarized minds about offering Latin as a foreign language option. I've got an even funnier story for you about foreign languages if you want to hear about it. foreign language requirements.
Dang, that's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you that I highly disagree with this, and it's the stupidest shit I've ever heard, but it's also hilarious. In college, I went to a liberal arts college. Please, I know how surprised you are, but I assure you I am telling the truth. I went to a liberal arts college, and the general education requirements required everyone to take 3 semesters of a foreign language, which I will tell you, I did Spanish, so I took it seriously. But the computer science department thought they were real clever. They thought they were real clever, and they decided to offer elective programming language classes. So you could take a class just to learn C# or just to learn Java or something like that, and convince the university to let that count for foreign language requirements. And I hate it. I hate it a lot. I'm sorry. We can joke all day about how funny that shit is. I actually genuinely despise that. That's so fucked up. I'm just a vessel for the muse. I think the words are mine, yes.
Fucking A. Seems I got you all wrong. Cops aren't much known for their artistic sensibilities these days.
I do get the idea of the department trying to... I understand the concept that the department was trying to get their students to have a more specialized knowledge, like keep them from having to do a ton of general education stuff, but like so deeply misses the point in the value of being well-rounded, like knowing other things, like not just taking computer science classes. Deeply frustrating to me.
It's good to meet a fellow poet. Someone with an appreciation for real text. The others here, so you don't really get it.
I will not ever say that sentence. Thank you.
I get you. When they really click, it makes the world seem manageable. Good to be on the same page.
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
Nope. Don't smoke.
Oh, is that
Some of the
going
other
to
drivers
automatically...
There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release of death.
Aren't we all, brother? Aren't we all?
Hey, isn't he like smoking right now? The smell is in the air.
Okay. But this is my last one. And it's a bad habit. You should quit before both of us have lung cancer.
Oh. Not me. I took... God, I genuinely had a great undergrad experience. I took so many non-computer science classes. I took, like, between 18 and 21 hours almost every semester. I wasn't that overloaded because a lot of it was, like, choral ensembles that I was in. I was in 2 different choral ensembles every single semester. And I did voice lessons for a few years, so, like, that comprised probably like 4 of those credit hours every semester. Van Eyck Overdrive. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't necessarily... I can't sympathize with people who find themselves privileged enough to be able to take to go to college more or less unencumbered and don't take full advantage of it. There's a lot of people who go to college who don't have the luxury of being able to, like, do a lot of extracurricular stuff. I mean, some people are just trying to make ends meet, and I have total respect for that. But, like, if you're privileged enough to be able to, like, go to college and you're not having to work 2 jobs to make it work, I don't understand people who don't take full advantage of that. Like, you've been dealt a full... You've been dealt the best possible hand in life, and I just can't imagine not capitalizing on it. I don't know. How much do you need to tip to hear a song? It's been a long time since I've sang anything on stream. It's been a long time since I've done any choral stuff. I'm very self-conscious about it these days. But maybe I'll sing something sometime. I think one of the big downsides of having taken voice lessons and done so many ensembles in my life is that now that I've been so deeply out of practice for so long, it's just made me, like, intensely self-conscious about how much I've let my... What's the word I'm looking for? So how out of practice I am. What's going on with this door up here? I would like to see how my best friend, the door, who will definitely open for me at some point, is doing.
Worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's got a different...
The concrete structure.
Everyone's got a different background, and, like, if you had specific struggles that prevented you from being able to, like, fully take advantage of undergrad, like, please know that that's not targeted at you. I genuinely don't mean, like, the people who had struggles, whether it was, like, had to pay bills, so you needed to work 2 jobs, or, you know, you had family issues and you were staying at home, or you had whatever the case may be that prevented you from being able to, like, do the fun stuff that some people do. But, like, I had a lot of friends who were just very much didn't give a shit about undergrad and were privileged enough that they could have taken advantage of the opportunities they had.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The concrete structure.
So I'm just never gonna get an option to reopen that. That's right. Was it a red check? I thought it was a white check for some reason, but I guess it must have been a red check. It was a red check that led me to the conceptualization. I teach my comp sci department's ethics course, at least like half the time I teach it. There's another professor who teaches it as well.
Good morning, comrade! Yeah! Harder car! J'adore! God is close by, but maybe he doesn't have good enough ears. Let me turn it up so we can lure him here.
Oh, egghead.
Yes, what is it?
It probably wouldn't be possible for me to fail this again, right? I don't see how I could at this point.
Yes, what is it?
I mean, I basically have to roll Snake Eyes for this, right?
don't have to. You
And I get
already
fucking double sixes.
a
What?
long time ago. These thoughts formed in you somewhere, in a long-forgotten discussion, behind a kitchen table, in the evening light.
What's our ensemble at the moment? As always, it's a hodgepodge. Though most of my core outfit is the fawn tracksuit.
Drinking coffee and smoking, with a friend.
What? But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you. You have her full, undivided attention.
Then what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
Then the Pale is...
Simply curdling milk.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the Pale is not. I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. Erupting in points inside the world. According to this, how long... And information. Causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects, in addition to sound and data?
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
Of course! A pine wood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers. I have considered the same. The bad news is, there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of provincial settlement. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but...
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window, cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest? Some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but... You know, maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space. I wouldn't go so far as to...
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
Thank you, Dr. Egghead.
What is there to add to that? Nothing.
Love Egghead. Love him. I haven't mentioned recently that I love Egghead, and I just wanted to make sure I was on the record as having mentioned how great he is. I could probably afford to forget some of these. Perception +3 is awesome. I just wish it didn't cost 1 encyclopedia. But my encyclopedia is so buffed that it's kind of like nothing, so... Maybe I should just get over it.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
Goodbye, officer.
Hardcore to the mega! Alright. Let's see, what does my forward progress look like? Is it finally time to go? It's not quite time. It will be very soon, though. Can't do these. I haven't found anyone to ask about the tattoos. The problem is I think the person I should probably ask about the tattoos is Measurehead. And I just... You know how sometimes you really love talking to Measurehead? Who are you? Alright, let's go wipe this look off of our face, maybe.
It's getting late, and it's snowing. Time to call it a day.
Oh, I don't want to call it a day. Okay, I guess I'll do that one later then. I don't want to get locked in there. I don't necessarily assume that I'll get locked in there, but I just don't want to risk it. Because it's a path in this game, and I'm interested in exploring all of these paths. Look, I can live with the look. I can't live with not finding out more. Yeah, volition checks are affected by your morale, and, endurance checks are affected by your health.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? I'm listening. There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings.
No, I'm pretty sure it's endurance.
And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Really? Anyway.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
It's a strange insight.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wiro.
You know what just occurred to me is I can probably get into the bookstore after hours and just steal anything I want, maybe?
They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
Oh, with their schedules. Okay, the with their schedules carried the weight of the rest of that sentence.
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time. And so it's producing something extraordinary.
Something strains her face before she looks up again.
Anything else? I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure, what do you want to know? Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Can I buff my shivers enough to make a difference here? I don't think I have enough shivers clothes for this. I think it's going to be a Hail Mary check one way or another. Apparently I have more shivers stuff than I thought.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye?
Aside from getting naked, you're not sure what else to do. The building holds no more answers for you.
Story of my life. I'm so glad I organized my clothes better. It was really becoming an issue, and now it definitely feels much more manageable. I already tried getting naked once and I got in trouble for it, so. There is a -1 scarf. I wasn't wearing it, though. Oh, this one's a +1. Was I wearing this one? I'm ready to pump some iron again.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
I mean, just think about how pumped I'm gonna be if I can lift that, if I can just unlock the check. What? Let me in? This game was made by cowards who would not allow me to break into a bookstore. Well, I mean, I've only got 8 minutes. I can push time. That's not very hard. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else I can do right now. I think I looked through my tasks. I don't really have anything there. Electronic doorbell has a volition check. I mean, I can pump up my volition. No, don't. Blah. Go back. She had the whole series of the man from Hyamdal.
A matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. East Delta Commerce Center? This must be the name of the doomed commercial area. No, hold on.
Fuck
the last thing
off, game. Holy shit.
Emotions. Forget it. Find something else to do.
What the fuck is with this game? You've got to be kidding me. I'm like immensely over rolling Snake Eyes. That was a 1-2, but still. I'm like deeply over it. Did I even have anything I could have worn to make that better? 92 seemed I was pretty confident about a 92 is why I didn't really feel the need to check my clothes. Was there a volition in here? I'm gonna be pissed off if there was a volition in here. Good. Am I still in hardcore mode? Does anyone actually know what happened with that? When I got the hardcore, thought, it put me into forced hardcore mode in the game, and then at some point it just went away, and I have no idea what happened with that. The hardcore thing seemed like a glitch? How would it have been a glitch? It just made too much sense that hardcore mode got turned on because I internalized hardcore ideology. Was that not supposed to happen? Like, has anyone else ever internalized the hardcore aesthetic and know whether or not that's supposed to happen or not? It was just too convenient to be unrelated. Okay. I don't know, Hypercam. This game's pretty La Milana. Okay. Alright, so yeah, maybe it was just a weird bug that happened. Maybe I accidentally clicked it at some point, but the UI makes me think you can't turn it off voluntarily, and it definitely got turned off.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
I could start and end this conversation all day.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. The door does not budge. The door does not.
This is what I studied law for? Everard Clare sent you to law school on his dime. What do you think? What did you think the arrangement was? You were going to be lawyer for him. That's on you, my guy. I'm thinking about investing in Bitcoin. I already got whitelisted for the Mint this Saturday, and I've got 3 slurp juices saved up. Yeah, it popped up right after I interacted with the razor. So yeah, if that is a known bug, that's exactly where it came from, for sure.
The lieutenant's door is closed. No response. What are you doing? Still, no response. Is he not worried that you haven't found the murder weapon yet?
Does the game not know that Kim's away? Am I getting dialogue that...
Anything to not face the hanged disco man yet. You hear the sound of a drawer closing, followed by the shuffling of feet.
Is that you, Harry? What time is it?
I didn't know he was actually there.
No, thou art God.
Very funny. What do you want? Very funny. What do you want? Yes, that's a good idea. Let's do it in the morning. You know, when we are not sleeping.
We're not sleeping now, though.
Good night, Harry.
Huh. Okay, I guess, you know, some of us take our jobs a little more seriously than others. I think it's probably, I don't know that I would describe it as a bug as much as, like, the game's logic forgot to take into account that there's a different reason why Kim might not be with you, and that's that he took the body for processing. Yeah, oversight is probably what I would describe that as. Alright, well, I can push the time forward the smallest amount, and, actually, I can do it most easily by just sitting on this bench here, right?
You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. The twiddling barely keeps your hands warm against the frigid wind blowing from the coast. After a while, you've had enough.
You know what? I'm really curious now, suddenly, whether or not there's anything that happens if you think very hard for an hour on the bench. I wonder if that leads to anything. Oh yeah, for sure. This game has enough complex interplay of flags that sort of oversight is like, yeah, I can totally see how that would happen and be missed. I have no criticisms, no notes. No notes. At the Cape Side Apartments. I was told a room number, I think it was like 18 or something, but probably won't be necessary for me to remember that number offhand. Oh, that's the door over here that I was unable to open. Nope.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. No one answers. No one answers. No one answers. No one answers.
That has a really nice rhythm to it.
No one answers. 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 No one answers.
It's just a very good rhythm. Cozy. Oh. There's stairs. No, that's the stairs outside.
As you approach the metal grill, you can hear several voices having what appears to be an animated discussion. This must be it. Beyond this door lies the beating heart of radical communism. Somehow, the night air softens the smell of trash and sea brine. As the breeze pulls through the canvas like a shuttle through a loom, you catch a hint of something unexpected. Something earthy, warm, and burnt.
Oh, I'm proud to announce that it took me 6 whole sessions of this game for it to occur to me why they call it Mazovian thought, because they can't say Marxist. Like, Marxism, that's not a term that makes any sense in a world that doesn't have a Karl Marx in it. So for those of you who figured that out instantaneously, I just hear gold star for the day. Gold star.
The acrid smell of failure. No, that's just slightly burnt coffee. A smell you would recognize anywhere.
Just look at this pig, sniffing about after hours. Must have slipped my mind. You know how it goes.
The metal grill is cool to the touch. The clang of metal reverberates all along the scaffolding. The voices coming from the other side fall silent.
Who's there? Is that you, Maurice?
Okay, none of the 3 options here are the ones that I would pick, so... Cool.
Who said communist? Did we say communist?
Listen, I've already built... I've already built 0.0001% of communism.
For a moment, silence.
What's the passphrase?
Fuck. Blessed are the sausage Shut up. Shut up, Harry. God damn it.
There's no response. You begin to wonder whether they've slipped out some back way. No, they're still there. You can feel them back there.
Alright. The key's taped to the back of the door frame. Just make sure you put it back when you're done, or we'll all be locked out. And do watch the concrete. It just kind of falls away, in places.
Have fun at your underground meeting, pig. Hope it's a blast.
Is she implying I'm gonna blow up? God, now I'm skittish.
The 2 young men are either oblivious to or ignoring your entrance.
Oh no.
Their attentions are fixed on whatever it is they're stacking
oh,
in the
no.
middle of the floor.
Oh no. Is this gonna be stupid and a waste of my time?
Matchboxes, it appears.
I think it's holding, Alexis.
It is. It's holding.
Careful, careful. Damn, hardly any difference. You're late.
He should know the meeting starts at 10 p.m. sharp.
I wonder what happens if you actually manage to get there at 10 p.m. sharp.
There's a great deal of tension in this young man's shoulders, more than someone his age should bear. Meanwhile, his companion inclines toward him.
I wonder if you get a different dialogue there.
That dribbles from his friend's mouth. Just a moment. Could this be the former owner of a certain jacket you acquired recently?
Don't make me give it back. It's literally the only article of clothing I have for that. I don't remember what it is. Is it for conceptualization?
Don't let them see you flustered, sire. Play along.
Are you saying you haven't done the reading for tonight?
Uh-oh. No one said anything about reading. You'll just have to wing this one.
Well, this is getting awkward. I'm not sure what you're expecting to find here then.
There's profound consternation in his voice. You suspect it's about something bigger than your not having done the reading.
Does this guy just suck shit? Like, I was kind of hoping that I was kind of hoping this would be.
Maybe he can explain himself.
The young man frowns at the little pile of boxes on the floor.
Nothing, just messing around until the meeting started.
They're watching those matchboxes awfully intently for two guys who are just messing around. It's almost as though they were trying to create the most unstable structure they could, with predictable results.
In the most generous sense, I would say we're cultivating revolutionary consciousness.
Yes, that's probably the best way to describe it.
But more specifically, we are running a reading group. The most rigorous and theoretically advanced materialist reading group in Martinaise.
Comrade Steban is a great discussion leader. One of the best at the university.
It's obvious they take this group of theirs extremely seriously. Whatever you do, don't compare it to a common book club.
Sounds like a regular book club.
That's our whole thing. The world is so shallow, all noise and repetition. We're interested in genuinely radical critique.
Precisely. We are not interested in senseless parroting. We like to read critically.
I guess this is the cost of doing business in a game where every single ideology is lampooned, is that eventually they're going to get around to lampooning one that I care about.
Within the contours of Mazovian historical materialism, of course. We study all the foundational texts of Mazovian theory, of course. Just last week we finished the second volume of Puncher and Watman's Innocence of Capital.
Truly extraordinary.
And before that we spent 6 weeks on State and Plasm.
Cool, are you actually doing anything though?
Uh-oh. You can feel your attention span rapidly deteriorating.
Volition failed. No, Volition, dial back in.
We've also read Wertmüller's The Megastructure of History, and before that, Real and Reality.
I think it's the least harsh on... Okay, sorry. That's probably going to make me sound very stupid and biased. I was going to say that it's probably the least harsh on leftism because... like, you don't have to do much to fascism to make it sound stupid and dumb.
Communist theorists love puns, in case that wasn't obvious.
I mean, the benefit of neoliberalism is that you don't have to write a punchline, right? Like, it's just, you just say neoliberalist things, and you, and then we laugh, and then the laughing happens.
Hablas un pain infernal.
The original Fizdale translation, not that watered down revisionist garbage.
I hate that watered down revisionist garbage.
These two deserve the Order of Honor for bullshitting. There's no way they've actually read all this stuff.
Obviously.
But, of course, our special emphasis is on the theories of Ignace Nilsson and his followers, especially the inframaterialists.
One of Krasmazov's closest associates, Ingus Nilsson, was a leading political and military figure in the anti-centennial revolution.
Thanks for chiming in finally, Encyclopedia.
Today,
where have you been today?
Has waned in most parts of the developed world, with the exception of the People's Republic of Samara, SRV, where he is recognized as a founding father. His political philosophy is a variant of Mazovianism, called Nilssonist Mazovianism.
I gotta admit, I don't know much about what moralism really means to really have an opinion on what moralist is getting at here, and whether or not I should care about it. I mean, is that like really... Okay, so we're like talking like really elementary, like act utilitarianism and stuff like that, where it's like, you know, let it play out. We'll figure out which was the right answer by the end of it. Literal centricism. Okay, I guess I'm just not familiar enough with the term moralism. Okay.
Only because certain moralists and their ideological lapdogs pretend to object to his more maximalist tactics, as though they've never committed any so-called war crimes.
That's incredible, Emily. Incremental progress!
The young man grimaces. It seems he's less than 100% comfortable with war crimes.
So is Egghead saying internally consistent? Inherently consistent? What was it he was saying? Was that a communism catchphrase? Like what communism catchphrase did he pick up from me turning him communism? Internally coherent.
He also happens to be the greatest communist theorist after Mazov himself. It was Nilsson who first postulated the existence of ideological plasm, which forms the basis of infra-materialist theory.
Okay, well, I'm currently wishing I had taken the out from Volition earlier and let myself fall asleep, because these guys suck.
The young man sighs. His companion looks about furtively.
Clinching? No. We're not an operational cell.
Of course you're not.
We think of ourselves as more of an intellectual vanguard.
Of course you do.
Our stance? What? Do you want to know if the SRV has established a party line on the lynchings in Martinez?
Though historically speaking, the SRV has supported direct action against right-wing paramilitary squads. Especially when they are doing the Indo-Tribe's dirty work.
Good point. So as a provisional matter, I can say we support it.
God, I hate... Oh no. I didn't want to hate the communists in this game.
Are they being sarcastic? You feel like you're caught in some elaborate joke labyrinth, but it's impossible to see your way through. It's always that way. Beneath the crust of irony, there's a molten sincerity that threatens to erupt forth. You may witness it yet.
I don't think that there's anything wrong with, like, being well-read on theory. These guys are obviously being lampooned as the sort of... I don't know. What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, I was gonna say something along the lines of, like, effete conceptualists. They're just like, they would never take action on anything. It's masturbatory nonsense.
No, we're an independent organization. We acknowledge and respect the union's efforts, but our interests are more theoretical than Mr. Clare's.
He speaks the truth.
That's easy. Crime is simply the inevitable expression of the injustice and incoherence embedded within capitalism itself.
Okay. That is a snapshot on a page that I can finally nod at, so...
Delivered with the smug assurance of a schoolboy reciting a maxim he's committed to memory.
It's a symptom, in other words, not a cause.
His companion can barely suppress a yawn.
Are there any operational communists?
No, unfortunately. The communards were hunted down and killed nearly to a man. All that's left of them are bones and old rifles.
Hey, check out this rifle.
His companion's eyes widen as you hold up the ancient weapon.
Yes, like that one. I wonder how many of these are still lying around in cellars or sealed up behind the masonry. Can I hold it?
Hell no. Fuck no. Wait, is it gonna give me something if I show it to him? He can't fire it. It's useless to him. But he's gonna take it from me for good. I could sell it for way more money than whatever he's gonna give me. No, 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 no. Don't give him the rifle. Alright.
It's heavier than I was expecting.
Though what, exactly, you can't say. He turns the rifle over again, admiring the glint of light off the oily barrel.
This guy is not a comrade. I'm sorry.
When he's finished, he returns the rifle to you with a nod of appreciation.
What do you mean? This is the reading group. We're in something of a rebuilding phase.
Some of our former comrades didn't have the ideological fortitude our work demands.
Intellectual attrition is maybe the best way to describe it. Felix said he couldn't keep up with the reading on top of his classwork. And Susanna wanted to read text other than Mazovian theory. Like novels, if you can believe it.
Seems like a book club.
Imagine the audacity of wanting to read a novel in a reading group.
I don't know if I want to be funny and, like, mock them in front of them, or if I want to, like, steer this conversation in a direction that will be productive for me, because I really just want to make fun of them. Though I don't know that this text choice here... The problem is that I want to say this, but I want to say it with parentheses ironic at the end of it, right? And I don't think the game is going to interpret it as parentheses ironic. Or parentheses sarcastic.
Oh, sure. But you can always join a book club if that's what you're into.
I'm sorry, I was under the impression this was a book club.
We've tried recruiting new members, but unfortunately the current intellectual climate is pretty hostile to inframaterialist thought. These days, if you're on the left, the ascendant schools are the Godwaldians and their iconoclasts.
Don't forget about Maurice and the turnips.
Who could forget about Maurice and the turnips?
Right. Then there was the whole turnip debacle.
Whatever this turnip business is about, one thing is perfectly clear. These young students have a much deeper understanding of communism than you do.
Do they, though? I want to say things that are going to make me unlikable. Yeah, it's rhetoric. Rhetoric is ready to whip it out and join the masturbatory nonsense as well. He wants in on the circle jerk. I think there's a real... I think... This makes me want to make a comment. I think there is a very big problem among leftists in the real world, not in Disco Elysium. Fuck Disco Elysium. There's a real big problem with leftists in the real world that people who bury themselves in reading suddenly believe that the only way to be a proper leftist is to have done the same reading. Like, I can't hold strongly held beliefs of my own that I've come to that happen to align with leftist thought unless I've also read the combined works over the last 400 years of leftist theory. I really despise the thought that I am not able to hold a proper, strongly held belief unless I've done the appropriate required reading. It is one of my biggest pet peeves in leftist circles that if you haven't done the required reading, that you cannot possibly hold that belief adequately. I just despise. It is my biggest pet peeve.
You could learn a thing or two from them. If you can convince them, you're one of them.
Yeah, and I mean, that's that's what drives me nuts, is because, like, to some people's way of thinking, I'm the worst possible leftist, right? Like, I hold these beliefs, but I haven't done the reading, and so, like, if I make some comment, it's like, well, have you read the works of such and such? No, but I still hold this belief. I've come to it of my own. I've come to it on my own. Oh, man. Alright, well, we're gonna move on with Disco Elysium.
It's an unfortunate story.
I'm gonna get myself worked up, I'm sorry.
Our ex-comrade Maurice is something of an economist.
He's studying macro and microeconomics.
Right. So a few weeks ago we were discussing the extra physical capabilities of the revolutionary state. And Maurice said, what were his exact words, Ulex's?
It was unbelievable. He said, turnips don't care if they are grown by communists, moralists or Vulcan. They grow just the same.
That is unbelievable.
Basically, he was rejecting the whole foundation of inframaterialist theory.
What is this inframaterialist business they keep blathering about? You've never heard of anything like it.
Hey, you know what would be really fun? Is if we as a group defined inframaterialism. You know? I know what inframaterialism means. But it would be so much fun is if we as a group just decided, like, on a lark, to all define inframaterialism right about now.
Simply that under suitably revolutionary conditions, crop yields naturally increase relative to non-revolutionary crops.
You sorry.
Which Maurice somehow has the gall to deny.
I'm sorry?
Susanna said that he has been hanging out with some non-communists lately.
For us, the question boiled down to, if you don't even accept the basic ideas of Nielsen and inframaterialist theory, why are you in the reading group? Well, it wasn't so much that he was expelled.
He just quit coming. We haven't seen him around for weeks.
I don't particularly care about anything these dudes have to say.
Cindy is... how to describe her role?
Something of an ideological auxiliary, perhaps.
Yes, that's exactly how I would put it. And naturally, we support her radical counter-liberal aesthetics.
This is probably the best part of this right here, is that they find themselves not ideologically aligned with her, because while she holds the same strongly held beliefs, she's not reading the same books and she takes action. This is amazing. That's it. That's... The punchline has been delivered.
But she refuses to submit an essay, so we can't call her a member of the group per se.
Amazing. Fantastic stuff.
That doesn't stop her from using the room for studio space, of course. Go ahead. We typically only accept new members once per semester. There's this whole process with essays and presentations on assigned topics. But given that we have some extra seating at the moment, I guess we could be convinced to expedite an application or two.
Stefan, you can't be serious. For gendarme?
Okay, see, when he says it, not sexy at all. Sexy? Did I say sexy? I didn't mean it that way. What I mean was, when he says it, I like it less.
I am serious. As materialists, we've got to adapt to conditions as they are. Besides, he'll still need to pass the interview portion of the entrance process. Assuming he's even still interested, that is.
Voracious bibliophilic Territorn. I get +8 because it's got 8 fucking eyes. Oh, man.
Sure. We're here most every night. Maybe we'll catch you again.
Sleep well, gendarme.
It's a composure check. What's all this? Could be the Phasmin. Okay, do I have anything for composure? I probably do. I have a -1. There we go. +1. Composure, composure. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-doo. Pretty sure I don't have a lot in the way. Oh, actually, I forgot about the Windbreaker giving me composure. Hell yeah. Crunchy.
The gendarme returns. What do you need?
What's there to be scared of? You've really been cracking the books these last few days. You can go toe to intellectual toe with any reading group in Martinez. You've spent a not inconsiderable amount of time arranging the works in your mental library by theme and period. All the ideas and references you'll need are ready at hand. Now, chin up. You've got this.
Oh, you want to start now? Sure, we can manage that.
You've caught him off balance. The momentum is already in your favor.
I already got the job.
Go ahead and take a seat. Since we haven't had time to prepare an exhaustive questionnaire, I think we can keep this interview more freeform. Why don't you tell us a bit about the books you're interested in? And we'll just see where the conversation goes.
I'm gonna pull a sneaky trick here, okay? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell lies. I just want you to be prepared, okay?
Absolutely. It's the only proper foundation to develop a real understanding of events.
Okay, you have to understand my perspective here, right? Like, this is probably the one I'm supposed to pick. But this one right here sounds like I might be able to turn this interview in the direction of me, putting them down, right? Like, oh, I guess your theory is not sufficiently advanced to be able to read the $1 critically.
Interesting. Say more about that.
This is a good start. They're starting to loosen up. You feel relaxed and in control. Soon, you're in a lively back and forth on the political substrata of the $1 universe.
Oh, please. They're gonna... I desperately want them to just be eating this up.
But don't you think that pornographic fascist mythology gets pretty tiresome after a few books? No offense, of course.
I was wearing the right shirt for that line. Thank God.
Let them know your interest in muscle man literature is much more high-minded than they're giving you credit for.
Oh, certainement.
Well, there's certainly value in that kind of reading. Comrade Mazov says something on that note in his collected speeches.
Does he?
To find victory in the cultural war, we must first scout the battlefield.
Yes, I do see myself as something of a scout.
These kids are eating out of your hand, practically. Another quarter of an hour disappears. The questions come rapid fire, but you have an answer for every one. Now you can sense things starting to slow down. The interview must be reaching an inflection point.
But to Comrade Ulix's point, isn't there value in reading really difficult books, just for the sheer challenge of it?
What? Neither of these lines seem like the ones that feed the point of this right here.
Oh, right. 16 days of coldest whatever. What was your take on it?
Now's your chance to end this interview on a high note. You ably summarize the novel's characters and themes. Even better, you're able to connect those themes to your critique of the novel's formal qualities.
I guess if I never read this book, then I wouldn't have this dialogue tree here. It is wild to me to think how difficult it would be to actually see all the dialogue this game contains.
Sounds to me like a typical bourgeois social novel, designed to assuage the egos of frustrated housewives and win international awards.
You would think that. How pedestrian of you.
And Gradian realism is the worst realism. It's nearly as bad as Gottwaldian critical theory.
You fell right into my trap. It's pronounced Gottwaldian. You idiots.
Makes you want to gouge your eyes out. Or better, gouge the author's eyes out.
In any case, I think we've heard enough. We could use someone with your perspective in the group. With just a bit more theoretical foundation, I think you'll be making real contributions.
Yes, I would say he's got serious potential at least.
Perfect. I bought the entire Heimdallerman box set for each of you.
And with that, welcome to the most ideologically advanced materialist reading group in Martinez.
Is there an option for me to radicalize them?
Here's your first assignment. It's an overview of inframaterialist theory. A little basic, as you'll see, but one has to start somewhere.
Uh-huh.
Come back when you're done. We'll be here pretty much every night after 10 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Do be sure to take your time with the reading. We'll be eager to hear your thoughts. Yeah, it's hers. She just sort of moved it all in a few months ago.
She said if she's going to make truly radical art, she needs a suitably radical workspace.
And I don't think she could afford rent at an actual studio. Oh, sure. It's definitely interesting, I would say. I guess you could call her latest stuff a sort of counter-bourgeoisie calligraphy. She's got a real taste for radical slogans.
Isn't that just pronounced bourgeois? Doesn't it need the ESE at the end of it to... Or the... Sorry, I don't know why I'm like getting hung up on that.
It's too bad she hasn't developed the theoretical foundation to do truly radical work.
I think she'll get there though. She's still looking for a subject equal to her ambitions.
Oh, it's the difference between feminine and masculine. Oh, okay, sorry. So how do you just write bourgeois, or is that the Oh, both of those words mean the same thing, they're just feminine and masculine? I thought bourgeois... Maybe it's just the way that we borrowed them in English, but, like... Bourgeois is often used as, like, an adjective, and bourgeoisie is often used as a noun. But I assume that that's not accurate to the usage in French. That's perhaps just like an English loan thing.
The deal? At a fundamental level, I guess you could call it the shattered bones of a dream crushed by capital.
A feeble and hopelessly mixed metaphor.
That's really good, Steban. You should save that for an essay.
Thanks, Uli. When the idea is sound, the words just sort of flow.
Yes, now keep developing the idea.
That must make us the Bone Weevils.
Leave it to the gendarme to enforce bourgeois stylistic values.
Besides, he's just a first draft. Go ahead.
Apricot chewing gum scented one. August 2nd, early late summer. You're getting off the streetcar in Le Jardin, east of the river. Her father and mother are middle class. The nylon of her little jacket rustles next to you, in the dark, like autumn leaves. Her heels click on the pavement. You're walking up to the gate in front of her parents' house. She takes out her chewing gum and you kiss her. A feeling like electricity flows through your whole body. Immediately, you know that you've entered a completely different world.
I mean, I think most people understand the concept of feminine and masculine nouns in Romance languages. I just more meant I was under the impression that they were different words, but I think that misunderstanding comes from the way that we've specifically borrowed them in English, just like a misunderstanding to their actual proper usage in French. Read a brief look in... You know what? I feel like that's a quest that does not have to complete.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found. Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny, shriveled head of cauliflower. The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag. You wouldn't ordinarily have cause to handle jacketed bullets. The citizens' militia uses cast bullets only. Little pebbles of metal loaded from the muzzle, usually in a cartridge. The squished little thing has no idea. I know. You should find the gun that shot this bullet.
Eat it? I could eat it, couldn't I?
That sounds like something a police detective would do. First, you should learn all you can about this little guy. Then find the gun that shot it and the person that gun belongs to. He used it to kill your victim. Neato.
It's gonna go back to my gun. No, it can't, right? Because we don't use cast bullets. That's what I was told. Or we use cast bullets, not jacketed bullets. So it couldn't be my... Okay, I assume they told me this to calm my fears that that's what was going to happen. Okay, I feel better now.
The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core.
That's true, he was already hung before I arrived.
Is close to 5 millimeters in diameter. The core is lead. The brass jacket probably didn't cover the entire bullet. Otherwise, the softer metal wouldn't have expanded quite like that.
Yeah, I just lost track of the timeline because you show up at the beginning of the game blacked out and having no idea what happened before you. But I do now recall that obviously it wouldn't have been my gun. Sorry, took me a few steps.
You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard. It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound. Far away, Lieutenant Kitsuragi is flipping through stations in his Kanima. He is not here examining the bullet with you. He should be. He would find this very intriguing. Mention it to him later when he's here.
I guess he's probably the only one really knowledgeable to have that conversation with me.
There it is again.
Alright, I'm going to interact with this, but I'm going to be upset about it the whole time, and I'm going to complain.
The cover of this pocket-sized volume features a swirl of orange, yellow, and green. The title, A Brief Look at Inframaterialism, is set in an authoritative yet approachable serif font. What an interesting color palette. It's vibrant, yet somehow leaves you ever so slightly nauseated. On the inside jacket flap, you find a brief summary. What is inframaterialism? A highly theoretical branch of Mazovian communism? A collection of mystical ramblings by a discredited revolutionary? Or possibly both? This brief look, TM, introduces readers to one of this century's most fascinating and misunderstood theories in a concise, jargon-free manner. You turn to the table of contents. The guide itself is divided into several sections with seemingly esoteric titles like Effects of Plasm on Root Vegetables and Mental Projection and Transference. There's also a brief introduction about the life of Ignis Nielsen. Known to his numerous admirers as the evangelist of the revolution, and to his even more numerous enemies as the apocalyptic Shrike, Ignis Nielsen remains one of the most controversial and fascinating figures to emerge in the years of the anti-centennial revolution, second only to Krasmazov himself. During his unparalleled life, he helped guide a revolution in one country and found
I just watched the clock click from 8 after to 23 after.
The most notorious war crimes in an era famed for its atrocities. And yet, his most fascinating contribution to history may be the most overlooked. His theory of ideological plasm, from which his followers and successors developed the school of communism known as inframaterialism.
Inframaterialism feels like a term that was made up to lampoon communist theory. What the fuck does inframaterialism, like inside materialism?
If you're like most people, you probably believe that your thoughts reside in your brain, right? That's not right at all. Thoughts don't exist in the brain. They float through the air. Your brain is but a fish, swimming through them.
Oh yeah, that's true. I was thinking of intra, not infra. Inland Empire knows that I have the longest book in the world in front of me, and he's like, my lord, can I please borrow your attention for a moment? No, please shut up.
Wrong, at least according to Ignis Nielsen. As Mazov's devoted comrade and leading theoretician, Nielsen was responsible for developing much of the intellectual foundation of communism. But his interests and speculations were famously wide-ranging. During his final years in exile, he produced, among other things, an early guide to homebrew, instructions for raising revolutionary children, plans for a universal pictographic language, and a detailed materialist critique of Dolores Day's chess strategy.
Huh. Would it bother... Is there anything good in here? Because I really feel like I should just bang out the continue button. I feel like we're going to be here the rest of the night.
A true man of ideas, equal to any of the great DeLorean polymaths. But one subject he returned to time and time again was the fundamental relationship between thoughts and matter. We may yet discover, he wrote in his notebooks, that under certain exceptional circumstances, the proletariat's embrace of historical materialism may be so fervent that their beliefs take form in the world of matter as a kind of revolutionary plasm.
No, I will not ask you to put it in more basic terms. I'm just going to say okay.
Longer. What's more, Nielsen speculated that this plasm, when it becomes powerful enough, might begin to influence the material reality surrounding it. Hence the name, inframaterialism. Unfortunately, Nielsen passed away before he was able to develop these initial ideas into a full-fledged theory. That work was left to subsequent generations of communist theorists.
Hey, Damon Resnick, thank you so much for rating. Thanks for sending your viewers to the communism indoctrination camp. I hope that you enjoy, comrades.
Building on Nielsen's basic insight, these theorists reached a startling conclusion that a sufficiently revolutionary state might begin to exhibit certain extra-physical effects based on the amount of plasm generated by its citizens. Correct. Though certain particulars of the theory are commonly attributed to Nielsen himself, the evidentiary basis of those attributions has always been a point of contention between inframaterialists and their critics.
This might just be me. But the narrator also sounds extremely bored of this book at this point.
The actual theory is highly technical, but for the purposes of this brief look, TM, that's a fine working definition of the concept. That's because this is absolute idiocy, not even worth engaging with.
God, it's been so long since logic has said anything worth a damn, and I just... Thank you, buddy.
No, no, no. There's something here. You can feel it.
Don't make me pull off my tie. I'm not listening to you anymore, Inland Empire.
Inframaterialists divide the extra-physical effects of the revolutionary state by the level of plasm required to achieve them. At the lowest, or first level, revolutionary plasm is believed to stimulate or invigorate matter without altering its essential properties.
I assume there's a point in this game where either it just forces you to pass out from exhaustion, or you'll wake up the next day with some sort of detriment because you stayed up too late, and this will be the night that happens.
Precisely, though plasm does more than increase vegetable yields. It may also influence the physiology of revolutionaries themselves. It's also been postulated that plasm may account for the remarkably full and manly facial hair observed on many communist males. Of course, inframaterialists argue that revolutionary plasm may stimulate human physiology in other ways as well. In fact, reports from the revolutionary period claim that the most radically devoted communards were able to engage in vigorous intercourse for up to 8 hours at a time. 8 hours? There's no way. Your equipment would be mashed to jelly.
Impossible. Endurance would have been like, fuck yeah, we can do that. We could do that right now if you have 18. Endurance would be like, sign me up, buddy.
Hyperproductive vegetables, and ultra-horny communards are fine. But this theory hasn't quite gotten strange enough for you.
Really?
And on that note, you feel like you've gotten the general idea of inframaterialism, enough to carry on a basic conversation at least. But if you'd like to go even deeper into some of the more speculative aspects of the theory, you could always read further. Of course you want to go deeper. What else are you here for?
Shut up.
The book fits quite snugly into your palm. It would also fit comfortably into a jacket pocket.
Return to the group for discussion.
You're back.
Goodbye. I was kind of leaning toward ripping the band-aid off, yes. And then I decided that I'm starting to pity the viewers of this stream. What are you still doing up, lady? Oh, that's right. She says she doesn't sleep very much.
It's getting late.
Is it time?
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
I think it's time to get electrochemical with it. I hope that I succeed the check and the game's like, you really thought that you could lose this look? You thought that was an option? You fool. You buffoon. You dullard.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad,
oh no, he looks sad now!
Looks back at
okay,
you.
Certainly we could have chosen a different expression than this one. Oh no. I kind of miss the expression now. This is the lesson. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. We've all been taught this so many times. So many times we've learned this lesson, and still...
The bed underneath you is soft, if lumpy. Waves wash the sand underneath the hut, then grow distant to your ear. In the quiet hum of the organic heater, you fall asleep.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
Are you just saying this because I'm wearing my mesh tank top?
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately? Saved anyone lately? Murdered anyone lately?
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people and then forgets about it.
Hear that? He doesn't even flinch. Iceman doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. Blackwater, under the bridge. The thing he's really scared of is much, much worse than that.
Don't tell him, sister. It's too bad.
They're right. This is their function. To keep you from it.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream. The worst of them all.
Oh, is it the one where I'm naked on stage during a recital?
The last dream will be total annihilation.
Oh.
Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
Okay, yeah, I was on the right track.
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
You know, ever since Gilder pointed out how much pain this voice must be causing the voice actor for this, I can't help but think about it. I think about how my voice would respond doing this voice for even a little while. I would be suffering.
Everything is so okay. Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
What? Maybe I shouldn't have seen it? Listen, buddy, I'll see whatever I want to. That's my prerogative. I'm still curious, because Shivers, when I was in this room, Shivers mentioned that I should check under the floorboards, and maybe it was just flavor text, but like, I don't know what that means. Hello, Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi.
Yes? Wonderful. What is your takeaway?
I'm super cool with all of it.
I can't stop a grown man from learning about the fundamental geographic and anthropogenic features of our world, can I?
Perhaps Perhaps I was overprotective, is what's insinuated.
Shouldn't that be esprit de corps?
Then I was right to spare you from it, no? Anyway, the Pale is no more terrifying than, say, water or death, that we are stuck behind our eyes for all eternity. Excuse me, large topics are not my forte. You seem stable enough. Keep it that way. Now, was there anything else, or should we get to it?
I like Kim.
The bullet is still safely sealed.
Okay. Jacketed means it would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, and not from a muzzleloader like those typically found on the streets of Revachol West.
We were right. This came from a serious weapon. Highly unusual. The people of Revachol haven't carried breech-loading weapons like this for nearly half a century.
Oh, did I tell you, Kim, that I became a communist last night?
Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. This'll have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while.
It seems like I'm well suited to this, and yet I often am punished for my hubris. This feels like a slam dunk, though, right?
A rifle. Revolution.
Close. Close. Okay.
The bullet looks to be an old
dangerously close
4.46mm from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique or a retrofitted antique. The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theatre of the anti-centennial revolution 50 years ago. Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you, the dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area. It's unusable, sadly. If it were, the bullet would probably fit the chamber.
Would have failed if not for Encyclopedia giving us a +1. God bless Encyclopedia.
No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war, so there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling. Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache, only in working order.
What are you thinking? Bullet? Okay, and? An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Revachol, really. Sure, there's some arms trafficking, but the laws prohibiting the use of breech loaders we inherited from the monarchy have been effective, from what I've seen. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end.
Prohibiting peacetime law enforcement to front-loaded rifles is a policy enforced by the Moralist International in all the nations of the Real Belt.
Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload.
I can't imagine that.
After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier.
Can you imagine a situation like that?
But back to the investigation. Let's find out. Next step, finding the gun itself. Okay, and an antique. That makes... I have to hand it. Some new art...
Prohibiting peacetime law...
Imagine if everyone... But back to the investigation. Doesn't seem that likely, but we'll check out all possible...
Okay. I just wanted to see whether or not he bought into every idea, or if he only buys into the one that makes the most sense. Someone has talked to me about this, and I don't remember who it was. I mean, the only person who I think might have that weapon would be the old Frenchman who was playing pétanque. Who is conveniently missing right now. Curious. Kim, I think we figured it out. We have cracked this case wide open. Alright, I'm not gonna let my clothes closet become cluttered, so give me a second, let me... There we go. Here's what we know so far, Kim. It was someone in Revachol.
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same. The prick is gone. I can barely believe it, but he's really gone.
Like, left town? Or left town?
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face.
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute Kent.
That makes sense.
I took them for myself. Took them to remember that old Kent. Nobody knew him better than I did. And I want to remember that old cunt by something.
Strange how old cunt sounds almost gentle when he says it now.
I repeat, an absolute cunt. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids, and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to. We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that... Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were? In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that. Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade.
Yeah, I really hate
René
that word,
looked
but...
so happy, and Jenny...
I genuinely hate that word.
I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you. Thank you for this little memorabilia. It really means the world to me.
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo.
His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is.
Did he feel like he has to prove he can still pull his weight? Doesn't need handouts?
Guess he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, 'cause he's gonna be buried without it. No, René was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or I could say would ever push him to do anything. The man was completely immovable.
He has doubts, but right now, he just wants to move on and not think about it.
Yes, we are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is, part of life really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything really. But you must need something. Everything really. I probably knew him better than... You meant the teacup in the tree, didn't you? I don't know anything about him.
Called him a teacup because of the porcelain armor.
Teacup? Oh, because of the ceramic armor.
Or ceramic, sorry.
Clever.
Not porcelain. Hey, now might be a bad time, but would you be willing to forge a signature for me, sir? No? Okay, no, sorry. You're right. Now's a bad time.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second, officer. Sylvie Malay. Yes. Hello? Oh, great.
Oh, it wasn't her I was supposed to call. Hold
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
10-4, come in. Firewalker.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. He called me Firewalker.
10-4, sir. Glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
What was I needed to do? I needed to call Alice for info on the armor and call Lazarus.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist? Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Betancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Iranian pharmaceutical companies in the Semenine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Semenine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued. Yes, that is the most recent name the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP. And the one before it was Damwell. I also have one called Sediment, but I think that might be a different contractor. No, they work called Sediment. And somatosensor, it seems. All that during the last 9 years.
Armor like this isn't mass-produced. It would have probably been fitted. Perhaps there's a record of who signed for this particular suit of armor.
Hard to say. The client list is rather diverse and incomplete. The only constant seems to be that the mercenaries are always deployed in third and fourth world countries.
Oh, they've got fourth world countries in this Earth-like? Okay.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though. Sure. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I will have more information for you then.
Okay, so I was obviously supposed to handle this before day 5, because...
It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voice is fake.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you. With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised. What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
I hate this guy.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body? You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime.
The money is probably going to some old, oily...
And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate. It looks like Mactorson.
Could have been worse. I could be that guy.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc.
Cyanoacrylate is superglue.
Thank you, Encyclopedia, for the dunk.
That's because you're hungover. Even the radio waves coming from your direction smell like liquor. Do you feel like your eyes are twitching too?
No.
That's the tiny vessels pulsating from high blood pressure, stupid officer. You might be sustaining permanent damage to your vision as we speak. Not much I can do about it. I'm not an eye doctor. The busy kind. It's not life-threatening, just annoying for you. I've got more important things to do here. And you survived it. Congratulations. Are you mobile?
Sort of, but by God does it burn in your chest.
Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have coronary trouble all the time. Also, death is a natural part of life.
Accept it. The body is an object, and objects break down. Do what good you can with yours, before the rest goes too.
If I see him in person, my boot's gonna be a natural part of his asshole.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Not yet, but I was able to 57th over and out.
In the cabin, you see a...
Really feel like I was supposed to handle this before day 5. That's a little bit of a bummer. Alright, working firearm that fires this type of bullets. Let's see the pawn shop. That's maybe where I'd start.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Sure thing. Maybe. They went their way.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
People as oleaginous as Everard seem like they're lying, even when
oleaginous?
they're truthful.
I'm pretty sure that means oily. Drama's trying a little too hard.
Sure, man.
Drama spent a little more money than it wanted to on a thesaurus, and it is definitely going to get some use out of it.
road called East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
It's you again. What is it?
I like my odds here. Honestly, I think I like my odds here.
A bullet, you say? That's mighty curious.
Indeed. Mighty. How did it get there?
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads.
No, he's right. He's right.
I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
Sire, it would be an event most dramatic if you were to produce the bullet and dangle it before their very eyes.
There's no way this could go wrong, right? Like, legally speaking, they're not allowed to take this bullet from me.
Wow! He's got it in a real evidence bag and all!
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
You know, in hindsight, that's a compelling argument.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
All the goofing around is to avoid lying. It's a technique. They're only pretending to enjoy this. Beneath the act, they don't like you knowing this.
Alright, I'm gonna ask you if you shot this guy, and just know that lying to a police officer is probably breaking some sort of rule.
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
Can I get one of you to just say yes or no?
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you shoot him before you hanged him?
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
Never been worried in my life, lawman.
It's not like you blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there.
8%? Okay, I think we might be in there now. Hey folks, we have a real shot. Just out of curiosity, if I weren't, let's just say I wasn't at -4 authority, right? I genuinely appreciate that the fucked up jacket lowers my authority, it does not raise it. That is a powerful energy. +2? Basically free now.
It's you again. What is it?
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar? You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time.
Huh? You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
No, I'm a big fan of beer. And jerking off instead of helping people.
You saying we don't help people? I've been doing this job for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
It doesn't match at all. Honestly. Like, look at this vest.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick.
Titus is hiding nothing. Titus?
You want to talk to her? Fine, talk to her. I got nothing to hide.
Everybody has something to hide. He certainly does.
So long as you treat her with respect. No questioning, no harassing, or you got the freight train of pain heading your way. You understand?
What is her name?
Glacia. I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags. A real pretty one.
Ah.
Silvery jumpsuit. Blonde.
That's her.
That's Amonju with an O-U.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
That's unfortunate for me. I don't feel good about my odds here. I'm starting to think there might be a reason that the boots that give you authority also take away composure. If I didn't know better, I'd say that some of this right here was planned out. I'm starting to develop a mental picture of how we ended up here.
Sure, why not?
Oh, you're gonna force my hand. Oh, good. Actually, great, actually.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
Cool.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Totally cool. The coolest.
We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Calm.
Cool.
Try to forget this little hiccup.
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
Stop saying cool. Stop saying cool. Cool.
Something is off here. His anger is possessive.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
Here you go, boss.
I know her.
Have you known her, though?
How well do you know her?
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means.
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months. You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye disco dancer is an immigrant or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
The way a stallion knows a mare.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
I love that this entire dialogue tree is tainted by me having fucked up my composure.
What
Great.
do you think I meant? Yeah, pretty much. No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now. He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
It's got a good rhyme to it. You should hold on to that one. I'm just grateful that it didn't once give me the option to do finger guns at him. A small mercy.
What was that? You looked strange when he mentioned the assault victim's name. Do you know that woman? Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
God damn it. You got it, Rhetoric.
Okay, that's manageable. Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday. So she overheard you, or did you party together?
So this is what it feels like to be interviewed. You'll get through it.
Anything else? That's clearly your interrogation technique. Anything else? We'll be alright, Lieutenant. This is nothing.
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going to be alright. Is it though? Nothing? You're still in for a bumpy ride here. Try not to mess it up.
Yeah. It's, an awkward conversation. What am I looking at wanting to unlock? Composure. And maybe physical instrument. I still want to pump some iron. I feel pretty strongly about pumping some iron, to be honest. I think Composure's the one I'm most interested in taking here. My perception's a 10. I'm a god. I'm really trying to avoid diversifying, because if I get all of my levels a little higher, no one will ever shut up. So I'm trying to, like, keep it pretty specific. Shouldn't I be at Encyclopedia 9? Did I change items or something in such a way that my encyclopedia is lower? Or was it a thought that lowered my encyclopedia? I guess it was the... I'm probably remembering what my number was before Koldama Dakwo. Yeah, the only reason I wouldn't save one for a check is if I just wanted to buff Encyclopedia further so that I get more Encyclopedia triggers. I gotta learn more about...
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme. Hi again, Gendarme.
Wasn't I at 92 last time? Am I missing an article of clothing? Something that would give me that last little bit. You've never seen a guy this composed. Guess this is it.
Hi again, Gendarme.
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground?
What?
Yes, this man is definitely one of the homos. I've seen them just pointing it out. We're not talking about some kind of cult with members here. You made it up.
The homosexual underground? Why, yes I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate? Oh, it's a pleasure group. A Sub Rosa pleasure group congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night.
What about Thursday
or
night?
Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life. Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Rebeshul have to hold on to, the true symbols of security. The meaning of man and woman, mother and father, their marriage. Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore. Yes, we listen to a lot of disco. Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous, ever-changing society, where all there is a razzle-dazzle of gold.
I feel like I'm being mocked now.
We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And with mysteries. Of course, the mysteries are also of sexual nature. Very esoteric.
Very esoteric.
You can't just get into it.
What?
You have to be born into it.
Unfortunate.
One is either already in the homosexual movement or forever excluded from it. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for. Who knows, maybe you were homosexual in the past. Maybe all of that has been repressed.
Maybe it's been repressed.
I have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look.
Yeah. That checks out. Looking at that face, yep. This is gonna be like a 20-hour mind project for me. 20 hours at least.
Absolutely wonderful.
A man like you can figure out his sexuality in a working day. It won't be 20 hours unless you want to enter the heightened realms of the phantasme erotique afterwards. It may be 20 hours or more, but that would be on your own time.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
8 hours. Could be. That could be me.
Never give up.
I don't have a level to spare for it yet, but I will make one because I feel like this is important. Xanaboy, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate it. And I have actually several things I wouldn't mind unlearning, so.
The door is closed.
Who is it?
Tired. Controlled.
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around before going up.
That would be unethical.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked, one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there. It's been used quite a lot. But not for scrubbing blood off towels, or anything else interesting, it seems. It's clean of chemical odors too, just some dried toothpaste on the handle. This toothbrush belongs to someone who doesn't give a damn about her teeth. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves.
I wouldn't
sheet upon sheet of pill
steal
bottle next to
anything
pill
now.
bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners. Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoperidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads, Nacra. Nacra. This is used to treat opioid overdoses. Always handy to have around.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how.
Electrochemistry? I can muster up some electrochemistry. I don't know what paracetamol is.
This medicine cabinet is stocked with drugs, plus an old toothbrush, and a bright orange bottle with Preptide stamped on it, in sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container. It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed.
Preptide, a euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine. Prescription speed.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super fucking preppy.
Interfacing. I have a feeling that if I take it, Kim's gonna give me a lot of noise that I don't want right now. So let me just see if I can buff my interfacing a little bit. I don't need that kind of attitude from you, Kim. Pretty sure I have almost nothing for interfacing, so this is an exercise in pointlessness.
This medicine cabinet is stocked with drugs, plus there it is, the orange sun wearing blister pack. You feel almost nostalgic for it.
I told Kim about it, so the chances went down. I made it worse. Just take it.
The lieutenant looks toward the door as if he didn't see you pilfer that sweet Preptide. He did, though. He totally did, and now he thinks less of you. Should have kept it sub rosa. Who cares, man? Who cares what the stiff thinks? Here comes the afterburner. Just put it in your sweaty little hand now.
I'm not gonna take it. I'm not gonna use the stuff. Probably. That's useful. Holy shit. That's good stuff. What the fuck? You can stay in there.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo. Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures.
I mean, I'm not going to use the speed unless it would be convenient to me or helpful in some way.
Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
Looks like it, yes.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Sounds like it's heavy, too. Very sturdy. Must be something valuable inside to go through the trouble of protecting it.
I don't know, Lieutenant Ufrater. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door. I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case. The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant. I hate it when that happens.
I actually do think I have some items that would make me capable of kicking that down. Physical instrument is one that I feel like I have a lot of items for. At least that's my perception. I'm going to be very disappointed if I don't really have very much in the way of physical instrument. Yep, maybe not as much as I thought. +2
the
only.
Same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
I can buff myself with alcohol. That's really my only shot here, I think. But that's not a lot. It's not much at all. Let me talk to her first. Maybe she gives me an improvement to the check.
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
Tank top does as well, but the shirt I'm wearing is in the same slot, and it also has a +1.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will. It's much nicer now.
Where the dead body used to hang, clearly visible from the roof, but no longer.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly.
There is something in her light brown eyes, a sadness, when she thinks about the death of that man.
Oh yes, legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
Disco Infernum.
I know. That's probably also why the cleaning lady quit.
Makes sense.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct 41.
Have I ever? This is the biggest fan of ostentatious orchestrations I have seen in my life. And I have seen a few.
Yeah, I rule.
Oh yeah. Life gets hard, but we go on.
The chorus of the 35 single, megaphoning the entire human race, instills you with the fuck it all swagger that prompts one to plow into grannies on your morning stroll.
I can see that. I'm glad all this onward going has brought you to me.
Miss, We are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
What could she be thinking of? It's hard to say. Her shoulders are relaxed, her eyes on the cigarette.
Clausier Amandu.
Same name that Titus gave you. Like her accent, it sounds Oranese. Her birthmarks also signal Oranje. You don't know why, but Oranese girls tend to come speckled with them.
Right, sir. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. I guess you could say I am an Oranese expatriate. A bad memory, officer.
Relatable.
The Republic of Oranje is a democratic nation on the Muindi Isola, north of here, over the sea and across the Pale. It is one of the 6 major Occidental nations to hold stake in the continued occupation of Revachol, the coalition. People consider it a reasonable superpower. They will make you into a fiscal colony, divert your natural resources, hold patents and shares, but they won't threaten to wipe you out anytime, like Revachol did in its prime.
Of lilacs and lightning, parks, glass, duraluminum. Vredefort is a conference city. It's always autumn there. A night. At least it was for me.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing, if you're no longer there.
The conference centers are filled with people who get angry at you if you do something wrong.
Sooner or later, everyone does. I'm 28. Something stupid. Oranese lit. Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university. Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are... Only the name of the nation changes.
Damn, that's true.
If that's true, then Revacholian lit would fit you like a glove.
Nothing. I do nothing with it.
Yeah, I'm not clicking that one.
It's not very cool, but what can you do? I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river. If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausier Mondu. It's a weird name.
She seems to be telling the truth, sire.
Okie dokie.
If any of this made her nervous, it certainly doesn't show in her expression or her movements.
The record. So official. Yeah, it's pretty deluxe. I have no idea, officer. It is.
The lieutenant makes a note in his notebook. He finds the answer unsatisfying.
Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it. What did you say?
Narcomania?
Oh my god. Now it's turning into narcomania. It's got to be serious if it's 2 words. I'm sorry. Comes in handy when you've done too many opioids.
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
Better safe than sorry. Oh yes, one of my favorites. It cures many ailments. Like not being able to stay up for 36 hours, not being happy. It cures those ailments. It's just a merit speed molecule, basically.
Cool, I took some.
Very funky. I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November.
The bills downstairs concur.
Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol? Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell. I'm winter.
How long?
About 4.
The bills.
Here in the Whirling? I heard this is where the washed-up disco has-beens go. I'm really not. Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I can't say that stuff about him. Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more,
It's all very organic. Her mannerisms, her movements. If she's acting, she's quite gifted. By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. We partied.
Like a birthday party?
A lot of partying going on.
From Titus. About her and Titus's relationship. That's where you heard it.
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex. I guess you can say that, yes, a bit. Lovers is such an emotional word. But there was something there. We did enough drugs for there to be.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that. He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
Bullet? They shot him too?
I'm not picking up on any theatrecraft here, sir. The pause is sincere.
They stripped his clothes and they shot him?
You mean after they hanged him?
I'm confused, sorry.
So am I. Were you aware that he had also been shot, miss?
Things are starting to go a little over my head here. I thought he was hanged. I was not present when they did it. I don't know what happened. I just know what they told me. And Sylvie, the bartender.
I'm gonna have to call her again. Man, she hates hearing from me.
This is beginning to get confusing for you too, and we don't like that. Where was she last Sunday night?
Cowering. I was cowering downstairs with Sylvie. They're frequent guests downstairs. They have a booth for union members. They're probably down there now. Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter. A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have. Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about his... I don't know... hair.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
Oh yes. I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant. He takes a small step closer.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him.
Tearing off his armor. Demeaning him. Throwing rocks at him.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
That's clever.
You were right to suspect there might be foul play involved with the broken phone line.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
Jigsaw falling into place. This is satisfying. Good catch. I appreciate the symmetry.
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the Union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
We're not entirely convinced about that answer, but okay. Let it slide. Pushing won't help here.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Why not? I'll be here until 11 p.m. drinking coffee.
Do I have anything for volition that I can bump it a bit? I don't think I have a ton in the way of volition. Nothing pops to mind, at least. My necktie gives me volition, that's it, I think.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
She looks back. Time moves slowly. The triangles of her face rearranging into a weary smile. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will consult you through the reefs and sounds of her persona. We will see through deceits. You are shielded. You are wise. You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limbs, just below the silver jumpsuit. Miss Oranje Disco Dancer, you want to put your hand on her back and feel it arch.
Oh wait, are we being gross right now?
Nothing, just time passing. Don't worry. Anything out of the ordinary and you would be notified. Air moves in your windpipe. Your heart beats. You're a detective. Get back to detecting. She presses her elbows against her waist and slowly turns her head. Her hair brushes her shoulders, making a small hissing sound, almost imperceptible. The strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds.
Okay.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan. What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
You would have caught it.
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. You think so? She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. Being forthcoming about some things is a good way to obscure other things. The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back here soon enough.
I had something else for physical instrument, didn't I? Swear I had something else for physical instrument. Okay.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. You kick it, gung-ho style. Entering the premises style. But the door fails to respect the force.
My
All you
shirt
hear
also is
is
physical
the bar
instrument.
rattling inside, laughing at you.
Alright, let's trash the place.
Let's not.
The shirt that I'm wearing already has physical instrument on it. The tank top doesn't improve it.
It's you again. What is it? Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down, and she doesn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know.
Alright, we're moving past this.
Stay on track.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her.
His hands become fists.
Uh-oh.
And you went and pushed her. I am gonna fucking
hit you. Duck.
Titus Hardy! Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
When she's angry, she emphasizes the S. It gives her voice a strangely hypnotic quality. Her lips barely move as she speaks. Frankly, it's a bit terrifying. Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape. Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
Another apocalyptic actor in town? This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
You don't care about evidence. The fuck are you a cop for, then?
How is that evidence? A confession under duress? Like...
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions. They are fucking keeping a score on their bulletin boards.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape, we got nothing to talk about.
There's a lot of questions. If you ask them now, they'll just keep bringing up the tape. Listen to it, and they'll have nothing to hide behind.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
For what it's worth, I know it's a little late to comment on this, and I know that I've already provided the broadest type of content warning possible, but I do apologize if this is a difficult topic for anyone. It's full of something. Do I have another skill point? Man, I leveled up fast.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is rooted behind the magnetic reader.
Didn't I already? I just did it though. I've engaged that one. I was just saying I have another skill point to use. Oh no, I don't. Never mind. I thought I had a second one.
The porter reel is just you push, command set, and the tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrete on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
One of the other mercenaries, I think. The one he was talking to. A friend of his?
This might help me identify one of the other mercenaries. I know one of them. I don't know, but there's supposedly there were three.
A village on the Samaran Isola in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
The South Safre conflict is an ongoing proxy war between Grad and Safre. It has been hot for 12 years, with the atrocities piling on, mostly committed by the Grad.
Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. We would need to know the story of this man's service.
A symbol of soldier of the apocalypse style conduct in a civil environment.
End of recording. It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls. Indeed, but... It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. Still, I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
Encyclopedia has done a lot of work for me. That's so true. Encyclopedia has definitely been the money and the experience printer. Like, I was thinking about it. I feel like if I were to do a replay of this game, I would still take Encyclopedia and try to get that thought, because that's the road to being able to kind of experience more in one playthrough, I think.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air. The wind brushes them off the roof. They're gone.
I'll never pass a favorable check. I don't know what it is. I just cannot. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Oh, I forgot the name of it offhand. Wompty Dumpty Dom Center, thank you. There's just something about it. If the check is mathematically in my favor, I will fail it.
Hello, officer. What brings you up here again?
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table. This does not surprise her.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
I mean, let's not just like jump in and verify its authenticity so quickly.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Yeah. That was practically his pickup line. Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style? He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for?
She's quite observant about the human character. Trained to observe, even.
Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezud all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke. It sounded like a deeply troubled man.
Well, maybe I pieced him back together with my magical personality. We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Quohoy here.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? Here in Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details. She seems okay to talk about it.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Lelystad. That's a good start. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations, recorded neatly in blue ink. The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no. We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
We were slightly off then. Thank you for clearing it up.
The adversary one.
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
Interesting. I too have stroked his hair.
Oily, isn't it? We have that in common now.
She understands what autopsies entail. It doesn't get her off balance.
Oh, that. Sure, service history. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though. How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason.
Is this Orani's lit?
Yes. This is the very essence of Orani's lit. A moment's respite. Dark and hopeless as the struggle itself. He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths." And so it goes. Star after star. Port after port. Third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them. Oh yeah. No thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Oranje needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people on the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Nothing's too hardcore.
Change of topic, perhaps? In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
The Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border of Gottwald. Executive summary: cows, silos, and wheat.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was Occidental, not Mondial. I'll update the form.
Yes. We were compatriots.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrijk. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
No love for Mother Oranje. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing.
No. He left the National Service after they taught him to do what he did on Seminine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind. He was by no means a stupid man. A people person. A small platoon leader. Certainly not a patriot. There is nothing on Muindi. The old world is dead, and we both knew it. Maybe Oranje did bring us together. In loathing. I love Revachol, though. I hope she loves me, too.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee. Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42? Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of mortality. He was 42 years old? How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder? You could ask either one of them.
Huh?
How old am I?
How old? 58. "42. And he was deceased. He had been decomposing for a week. On the bright side, you've been getting a lot of exercise lately.
That's true with all the running.
There's silence. Then a little more. Here it comes. Mercy.
Sure, you're 42. Let's go?
Wait. This requires scientific measurements. To the laboratorium.
The fuck? I'm sorry, but my brain cannot hold any more thoughts. I cannot think about my age. My age is... question mark. Yeah, sorry, I guess that's a mystery. I mean, if I get enough points, I can forget some of the useless ones, but...
It's you again. What is it? And?
He tenses immediately. Chest tightens. Jaw sets. Ready for another blow.
That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
Did you?
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
Fucking fuckity fucker. And what did she say then? That it's fine. People are supposed to be like that.
Actually, I think it made her a little nostalgic.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny? No good goddamn.
Seems like they wanted to give Claudia a second chance to play along. She still didn't.
Alright. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawmen?
Women are crazy. Irrational.
Shut the fuck up, physical
That's
instrument.
What you're thinking, right? Also, your fists are itching for a bump.
I ask for your opinion, not a bedtime story. Tell it to your grandma.
That doesn't even make sense. My grandma would tell me a bedtime story.
But she didn't. She knows she can't lie to us, unlike you.
Fantastic. So now, you remember how to do your job. I'm so sick of this piss. We should get something harder in here.
Yeah, guys! We should get a party going tonight!
Why?
Maybe not then.
Success. They admitted to unlawful collaboration to derail the investigation.
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent.
Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. I know you're tired. So am I. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you, and the next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck on!" That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over.
Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Convince Titus he's
1
being
in 3.
manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter. But you know someone who might. Fat Angus, the powerful guy. Mr. All Muscle. The time has come. Put him in the pressure cooker. Just remember, it's about more than Claudia. It's about these men and Martinez. Their district. Their responsibility. Huh? He'll get it. Go on.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Goddamn right. Don't come around if you're not from around.
Fuck you. I'm not from around. That's not why we...
There we go. Don't come to the wild north if you are not white enough.
We didn't light him on fire.
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control.
Does he? His closed fist is shaking. It's you who's in control. Let them have their moment.
Yeah.
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
I'm sorry that all of these things are being put on my stream. I don't like them either. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm feeling the need to apologize, but I don't love it either.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
Well, that handles that.
He's all yours. Questions?
In a manner of speaking. We had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him, and I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message. Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head. That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway.
Maybe I do. Maybe I've met her and I don't know who she is.
Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Klasia you want to talk to. Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue. I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
She's got one of those checkered pasts. The shot could have missed. Could have been meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
Yeah, clown dancing.
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and became himself again. These theories, not bad. Don't buy either one, but still, this guy's not as dumb as he looks. He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. The bullet in his head.
Another nod.
'Cause the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls plural? There's another girl? 2 of them? Take note of this. They'll probably say more about her later.
What if the other one was Klasia?
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died. I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
That's okay with the fat man still wheezing there. He couldn't speak if he wanted to.
Shut up, Endurance.
We went upstairs. Sure as day the merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
He means they'd been fucking?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged. Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Right now, he's grateful he hasn't gotten his brother into this mess.
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. They can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her. From the old world. Where she came from. They're powerful. Connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
That's all he knows. That's all she's told him.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
Me too. You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go...
Is he gonna give me a high five? I wonder if he's gonna give me a high five.
She... Clausia came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But that's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers.
Why they gotta make every character complicated? That's fucked up.
We'll take that into account.
So tired of every character having complexity. It's asinine nonsense. Just give me one guy I can just say, wow, that guy sucks shit. Just give me one dude. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Name one guy who we can all just agree to hate. Okay, Measurehead. Yep, alright. Thank you for the reminder.
The same small, heavy door. No lock inside.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
The Sunday Friend sucks in a totally different way, but... No, I guess he just sucks. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Oh yeah, Gary, the guy who in the... Yeah.
I understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on to questions. Is it? Something is off here. Shush, I can't hear what she's saying.
Okay, that's funny. That's funny that... How How do they make sure these line up? I guess that's not too hard to do. You just check to see if rhetoric and volition went off, and then rhetoric chimes back in.
Let the mist speak. She's tall and thin and tired. A twig trying so hard not to break.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into. You're right. There's more.
More?
You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
It's gonna, it's gonna, she is involved. It is gonna be her fault, but I'm gonna have a real Sophie's Choice on my hands.
Nothing to do with her. You'll be the judge of that.
I'll be the judge of that.
Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol, or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
Is it going to be White Pines, or is that the name of the... I feel like it's going to be Wild Pines. Yeah, it's going to be them.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Lou's doing County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lou Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them.
But she really destroyed them. She still feels it.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too. Along with Lou Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
Lowe's Cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of dairy products.
This was not a joke. Real people lost their jobs. Not just in the C-suite either. Good people. What I did to get to accounting. A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's...
One of them killed themselves because of me.
She says it quickly, like she said it 100 times, to herself, to get used to the idea, out of guilt.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it? There you have it. The way of the warrior. We were there. Together. In bed, I mean. Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him, His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could...
A great pain moves through her, a dark and indefinite wave. She continues in spite of it.
I knew he was dead before he fell down on top of me. He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails. She looks down with a wince. Her cigarette has singed her fingers. She throws it away and immediately proceeds to light another one.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No. Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. Just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore, so I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection, as far as you can.
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. This is as far as it gets.
This is heavy. Okay.
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby.
Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
Ruby.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not?
Sure.
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation. That I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know. Take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower. To keep him upright.
To mislead you, they were tampering with the body.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
Oops.
Dang, what an oversight.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does. Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times.
I'm not sure what time of the year this takes place. I don't remember. I feel like it's been mentioned.
It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would. Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did. I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into this later. There is something suspicious about that theory, but you can't put your finger on it.
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
What? Why would I put myself through this? Insanity. Get myself cornered like this. He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But I would never hurt him.
Why is she so convinced she's to blame?
He was a serviceman. He must have had a gun lying around, close to her hand. A military weapon using jacketed ammunition. Now you guys suddenly have theories pouring out, when they're obviously just stabs in the dark.
Okay, Volition's adding some levity here. Thank you, Volition. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining us.
No. I specifically asked him not to carry firearms when he was with me. He only had his stupid armor. I don't know. His friends have rifles. Maybe those psychos did it? Coalition military have rifles. I'm not a munitions expert, and I did not shoot him.
She might have been a tad disingenuous when she avoided talking about the bullet in his head before. Look who's waking up from 1,000 years of sleep.
I've said I'm sorry. What more do you want me to say? I did my best not to lie. It didn't always work. Like what? That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break. I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me. Or, I don't know anything anymore. All I do is wait here.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there.
If they want to kill me, they'll kill me. If they want to toy with me, they will. She's come to this conclusion weeks ago.
Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him.
Okay, solidarity.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob. Once. Just one time.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible.
Is that fourth wall breaking?
Last week, Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
Angus is Titus's brother?
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. She nods, silently. She doesn't even smoke, just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands.
What? I don't understand the distinction. If someone is both Angus and Titus's brother, then aside from very specific circumstances, that would make Angus and Titus brothers also. Oh, Angus, comma, and Titus's brother. Got it.
He's thinking, are we done here? Or maybe you should take her to the station for safekeeping. She lied to you, and she's a flight risk. No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through enough. She doesn't need this police brutality. Multiface, I'm beginning to doubt your judgment. Are you sure you're not sleeping on the post? You have to wake this one up with force if you want to continue pushing her.
I mean, I can buff my drama. I've got every piece of drama clothes imaginable.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergencies desk number. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
She stands before you, holding her back very straight.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay. Okay, it's not. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it. No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name, Mea Smith, to hurt me.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her. She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around. She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this.
I do not have any intention of arresting her if that's where this game is...
Yes?
If that's the question the game is leading me toward, that's my answer.
The same small...
That one's not even complicated. I know the answer to that question.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it.
Alright, so let me first revert back to my better outfit. There. And then buff visual calculus. So what's my visual calculus right now? Nothing. Okay. This will simply have to do.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next. A vague sense of disappointment fills you. The glass shimmers as if taunting you with its secrets. You get the feeling this room would tell you something crucial if you only knew how to listen.
I'm not exactly sure either, to be honest. My imagination has a way of failing me. It's a weakness.
This window is pristine on the inside. Golden light melts away.
It tried again. Fuck it, tried again.
Of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed. Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth, a ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain. Ending him. From the roof outside, location A prime, the glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization. The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime. Most likely of the origin points. There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago.
She supposedly didn't hear the bullet, which would mean that it was fired from further away, though, I would imagine.
72%. With an antique weapon that fires military-grade ammunition. A Belmagrave rifle, for example. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness. Too busy with their own bodies. Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, Detective. None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez? According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime. B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet, Detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on. 700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account. 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions, let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it. Possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched. 1 kilometer away, an unlikely point of origin. Beyond the docks somewhere, on an islet in the Bay of Martinez perhaps. There are islets there, badly charted as they may be. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. A simple hypothesis can be wrong, but it's something to build on.
Visual Calculus has some of the coolest moments in this game. Not best moments, but coolest. I'm always pleased by the experience that Visual Calculus takes me on. Oh yeah, for sure. It is absolutely superhuman. It is far outside the realm of possibility, but let me actually talk to Titus before I zoop off out of here.
It's you again. What is it?
Hey, I thought we were friends now. What the fuck? We almost high-fived.
Why? You're cuckoo, cop. I'm the only man responsible for this unit. Get with it, or fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off!
Sounds like you want to push this steaming pile of shit on anyone. And now you pick Ruby. Well, not on my watch you won't. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
Hey, I respect that.
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
From the corner of your eye, you see a little bird fly into the bush, right behind the window, behind Titus's back.
Is this finally the moment?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
A bird flew by, wing beats. You've been here for a long time. Really, you've been here for ages.
There's a yellow ribbon.
It tried again!
Branches, light yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of
I
color
think this
in
game
the
is mad at me.
thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key. Someone hid the key in the bush and attached a yellow ribbon to make it easier to find. It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence.
Huh?
I don't know about that. I'm comfortable here. Don't think any sliding would really help right now.
Sorry, fucko. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. Good fucking luck with that. The hawthorn's got a bitch of a bite.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there.
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the hawthorn branch and slides it across the table to you. The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
Hey everyone from Skystream. Tonight, I'm going to recommend that you take my warning over there about the content warnings very seriously, because we're into a somewhat heavy part of the game. But we love having you here, and if you'd like to see me do some sort of brain magic, you can stick around. Hey, Tormod.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun. Where's the harm in...
I'm tired of listening to your shit. Don't thank me. I don't give two shits about your key.
It could open the door in the kitchen. The blue
Ooh.
door. It says workshop spare. Maybe there's a workshop there?
It's worth a try.
Didn't even know it was there. Boys.
No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
Okay, great. Can we talk again, now that I found the key?
It's you again. What is it?
I mean, you can't not let me succeed at a 92%, right?
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
Because she was here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
No. All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again, Cop.
Don't worry about it, I already know.
And just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Oh.
Nah, the only way up there is through Clausia's room. We've only been drinking here for what? 6 years? How much do we know?
Been thinking of getting wilding in racks. That is on my ass, boss.
That'll look lovely.
There you go. Tatted on his ass. We know the place.
No, but that doesn't prove anything.
It's just 2 dolls. We're not giving you Ruby for that. She's one of us.
What if those 2 doors are connected, Eugene? Is that your name, Eugene? If they are connected, she could have gone to the kitchen, gone up, shot him on the roof, then come down. All in 5 minutes. How about that?
Yes, she could have. This is one long shot. Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up. 72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab?
No, I did it on the spot. Turns out I can do that. Cool, huh?
No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk. And what they say doesn't sound like a science cop. You're a madman.
Science cop. Science cop.
Those numbers were an ass pull, man.
Yeah, and they don't put her on the roof either. It's just mambo jambo. He hasn't got shit.
Firmly. Try shit on a stick. All you've established is a possible route to the roof that you haven't found. And even then, a route doesn't put that bullet in the merc's head. A gun does that. And Ruby doesn't carry one.
Oh, I can't wait to find a gun in the back halls of this building.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself.
That's bad cop. That's bad cop stuff.
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other caches too.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay. I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
All right, cop. Keep talking. I'll tell you when I've had enough.
Thank you.
Pete, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Clausia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan, if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
I didn't do it, fucker! It wasn't my plan!
You probably did, though.
Yeah.
It's just a thought experiment. Think, Shanky. You killed him. You got up there, shot him, cut down.
Fuck you, man! I would never fuck my guys over like that.
She didn't either. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Yeah.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
There's no fucking leadership challenge. Just when I thought you were taking this seriously, cop, you put your head in your ass.
Man, now he's just throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks.
Correct.
Okay. We ruled out infighting. That's how this works, by exclusion. Remember, all we need to do is rule Ruby out too. That's all this is. You had expressed, on occasion, your dislike of the mercenaries' presence in Martinez, right?
Whack someone in my district? That doesn't carry much favor with Titus Hardy. She has to know that.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want. I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why?
Why?
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation. I told you. You. Yes, you. The cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
No wonder she's afraid. I've come to declare the ending of the human experiment. I love that all four of these cleanly map to boring cop, sorry cop, superstar cop, and apocalypse cop. That's great for me.
Sure, the human experiment. That's real funny. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure. She said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't stop.
Believe in...
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up, like cans.
Doesn't that make you angry at her that she would say that?
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
Silence. He nods.
You are insistent.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This cop, Titus. This cop, he... But she was too scared. She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a Hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn. A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlock. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there. Sure, there's some shit houses there, a cinder block town, Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize, so that's one place we haven't looked.
Oh, what if Liliana's harboring her?
I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
Is that why Shivers told me to look under the floorboards? Oh my god!
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Here's a color photograph of her.
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man. The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Pale something. It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite.
Titus is the first guy's hand I shook in this game. I had a choice. Chose to shake it.
Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material. No, he already is a sergeant. That's what you're feeling. He just wasn't sure what you are.
I'm 220 pounds of raw muscle. That's what I am.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. It could be connected to the barred door upstairs. The key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years. But then, the lock clicks. Dust rises before you like mist. A tomb? Haunted by regal spirits from distant ages. No. Smells like engine grease and cut wood. A workshop.
Thanks. Nota bene. Oh, hold on.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside.
There's something else down here. You'd never be able to see it.
Over there, in the corner. Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You can't wait to
It's lit, fam.
Lit. A phrase almost synonymous with the Insulindian pinball scene. Any pinball scene, really.
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats. A classic. A little.
Feels like a lot. Too much to play it again.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine is coin operated. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready. Above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of Cornelius Gordy, taken on the world's tallest peak, Corpus Muindi. The Mesk legend holds that when the nation is in danger, heroic Gordy shall return and save his people.
That's a lot of lore for a pinball machine.
The theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend to the top of the mountain in a time of trouble. The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small goat icons on them and represent the goats as they race up and down the mountain. Areas around the playfield represent Gordy's climb, places he was said to have camped, which the goats can discover. Get them to the summit. Indeed, think of them as balls.
You got the power.
It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but pretty soon you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play with relative ease. Go, go, finger boy.
Give me your money.
I feel sorry for the goats. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was. The kind of a guy who uses the word savages a lot when recounting his travels.
Ugh.
A masked nationalist. An avid huntsman too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by wall-mounted hunting trophies from every continent. He also hit his wife and kids, other people's kids too, sometimes pets. Hateful little man.
Holy shit.
But you seem to be having fun.
Oh.
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board, and although a few plummet to their deaths, you're never left with less than 3. Suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This is where the balls need to go.
We're in there.
Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally, the opportunity presents itself. One of them gets through.
This is a crucial moment. Do I buff my hand-eye coordination right now? Do I do it? Everything's on the line right now. I can't leave this up to chance.
Tiny hammer shatters something inside the machine. Something glass. An ampoule? The words "pale rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with a thick, milky fog.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money out of the players. A stupid, nihilistic finale.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one, your goats start slipping, disappearing into the milky nothingness. This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions in the fog. Use them to calculate where they hit next. You're down to your last goat,
No.
going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special. 5 times you snatch him back from the jaws of death.
I am. I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake and then it's all over.
How, if you can't even see it?
I had 1-6 though. That was close.
The goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee. There goes nothing, finger boy.
Well, I didn't love how that turned out for me.
The machine is dead and silent. All these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and played. Feels like it might jump back to life any moment, the lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
Some kind of inane pinball theme, probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
Deora was one of the 3 crown cities of the DeLorean era, on the Muindi Isola, the others being Ria Silvia and Advesperasket. This theme is all about early airships and beautiful, sad, pearl-laden women. It's quite nice, actually. The lieutenant grimaces looking at the machines.
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist Pinball.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about.
Oh my god, am I about to find out that he's like some famous pinball player or something?
Kim, Pinball, Kitsuragi. Exactly. That's what he's known as. His reputation precedes him.
What? So now he remembers. Fine, I'm Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, aka the Kimball. You remembered. Congratulations. Wonderful. He only remembers hearing about the pinball policeman. No human being should. It is a game that requires no skill and a childlike affinity to flashing lights and to fantastique, science fiction, and historic romance franchise.
Okay. The views espoused by Kim Kitsuragi are not those of the stream.
It is lame. I am not called Pinball. It was used to taunt me a long time ago, before I became a homicide detective and got my lieutenancy. Fine. I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once I had to infiltrate a pinball ring, as you do when you're a juvie cop. It was not okay. I needed to become a pinball champion. I trained for 9 months. The job was successful and I was moved out of the juvenile wing to homicide.
Juvenile.
End of story. That time is over now. I was already a 38-year-old man. It was unbecoming, as was playing pinball.
So that's why he doesn't want to talk to Kuno. Trauma and stressor disorder from being a juvie cop.
It's best if you handle the juvenile delinquents. Not only to you, I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi to everyone. Now we really need to continue our sweep of what appears to be a secret path through the whirling.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside.
This is where I'm going to put a pin in it. We're going to continue this next time. So just to fill you in on what next time entails, this is the last Disco Elysium stream I'm going to have for a few days. I am doing a big race of all shrines with my good friend Smartball in Breath of the Wild on Saturday. It's going to take like probably 12 hours approximately. It always does. I need to do a tiny bit of practice tomorrow, so tomorrow is going to be kind of a fuck-off stream. I'm going to do some Breath of the Wild practice, probably learning some new tricks. And then, if I have more stream I would like to do, then I might just play some Satisfactory or something. If you're wanting to continue following my Disco Elysium streams, if you've been enjoying this, despite the various content warnings, that will resume on Monday, almost certainly. This has kind of been an ordeal. I didn't expect this game would take so long, but I'm really enjoying it, and I'm really trying not to, like, push my pace faster just because it's taking a long time, but man, this game is heavy, so... So if you're looking for the next segment of Disco Elysium, Monday is what you're looking for. And we still have a playthrough of Chicory coming before the end of the month. That was my other Patreon game of the month. So right after we're done with Disco Elysium, we'll probably be moving on to Chicory shortly after. So yeah, I'm really enjoying this game. It's so hard for me to talk about it. It's so hard for me to talk about this game because it's very complex, right? It's both enjoyable, but also exhausting. Emotionally, existentially, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in, so...